Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had a Quirk to See Dead People? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Excuse me? Excuse me? It takes a while for the woman to notice him, and even longer for her to look up. She's sitting cross-legged on the park bench, curled in on herself as she rocks and weeps, and she's been sitting and rocking and weeping since Izuku first arrived 10 minutes ago. He can feel a painful pressure in his throat just looking at her, and his eyes sting. He forces the feeling back. It's hard not to cry when other people are crying, and this woman's been sobbing her heart out while Izuku waited for everyone within hearing range of her to leave. He wishes he could say he was surprised, but just 3 days ago a supervillain was in the area. Heroes from a local agency took him down, but not before he took a few buildings down with him. The damage still lingers. Finally, slowly she raises her head. "Were you talking to me?" she asks quietly. Izuku manages a smile. "Yes," he says. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about, not now when there's no one close enough to hear. Sorry to bother you. If you want me to leave dash." Her hand closes around his wrist, and Izuku manages to keep still and calm instead of startling. She can't help it, he knows she can't help it, but once in a while he still spooks. "No," she says. "No, please don't go." Izuku sits beside her gingerly. "It's okay," he says. "What's your name?" "I'm Midoriya." After a moment, she whispers, "Yamamoto." "It's nice to meet you, Ms. Yamamoto." She's still holding his wrist. "Did you need help with something?" "Yes," she chokes out, and the sob isn't just for fear and sorrow, there's relief in it too. "What is it?" Izuku asks gently, always gently. "What can I help you with?" With her free hand, she wipes in vain at the tears coursing down her face. I'm trying. I can't remember. Why can't I remember?" "It's okay, Ms. Yamamoto," he repeats. "It's okay. Nothing's going to hurt you. Breathe." It's an absurd thing to tell her, but he can't think of anything else, and going through the motions of inhaling and exhaling seems to calm her anyway. Ms. Yamamoto sniffles. It was something important." "Do you need to tell someone something?" Izuku asks. "And no, not really, I don't have anyone to tell. There's no one." "Do you need to find something?" She pauses, and her cold grip on his wrist tightens. "Or maybe, did you lose something?" Izuku presses. "Did you leave something somewhere?" "Yes." Her voice grates oddly in his ears, sending chills up his spine, but she's smiling through her tears. Yes, that was it. I left. Was it at home? To work? Where did you leave it?" "Home," Ms. Yamamoto says. "Home. Take me home." Izuku nods, and smiles at her in what he hopes is a reassuring way. "Tell me where." She takes him to an apartment building only a few blocks away. She lives on the 5th floor, she says, and takes the elevator up and down every day. Izuku bypasses it and takes the stairs instead. There's no convenient spare key hiding under a doormat, which is a minor hiccup for Izuku. He knocks, just to be sure, but when no one answers, he checks over his shoulders for witnesses or security cameras. When none appear, he picks the lock and enters. He's only just closed the door behind him when there's a faint, rhythmic jingling, accompanied by a high-pitched trill. Ms. Yamamoto lets out a sob as a small, one-eyed cat comes trotting out of the apartment's hallway, yowling over the ringing of the bell on its collar. As Izuku watches, the cat threads its way around Ms. Yamamoto's ankles and rumbles with a loud purr. The woman's fingertips ghost over the cat's fur, barely touching it. Izuku moves off and creeps through the empty apartment. It's not messy in any way, but it looks cluttered and lived in, and he can tell that Ms. Yamamoto never had any roommates besides her cat. There's a daily calendar on the kitchen counter, showing the page for 3 days ago. At the foot of the pantry is a cute little mat with the cat's food and water bowls on it. Both are empty, and Izuku winces. He fills them, after hunting and poking through pantries to find the cat food, And moments later the cat comes trotting back in and falls upon the bowls. Izuku checks the tag on her collar. The cat's name is Mika. I left her. Izuku looks back at the sound of Ms. Yamamoto's voice. The woman stands at the entrance to the kitchen, hands wringing at her sides. I left her, she repeats. 3 days ago, when that man. The building fell. I wasn't fast enough. She could've. She flickers, like an old video. For a split second blood runs down her face and her neat clothes are ragged and scorched with dark, wet stains, and then Izuku blinks and she's normal again. I left her. His eyes sting, and when he blinks his vision is blurry. It wasn't your fault, he says softly. She could have starved. Her eyes, or the blank white sockets where her eyes would have been 3 days ago, turned to him. She would have died, but you helped me. Izuku forces a shaky smile. Do you need anything else? Make sure she's okay. Izuku blinks again, and then Ms. Yamamoto is beside him, stooping to slide her cat. Can you do that? Of course. Ms. Yamamoto smiles and stops crying. Izuku blinks one last time, and opens his eyes to an empty kitchen with a purring cat at his feet. I don't understand, his mother says, for at least the 5th time. Izuku sits quietly in her lap, brows knitted together in a thoughtful frown. His stomach feels tight and uncomfortable and heavy, and he's not old enough to know what word goes with this feeling. The X-rays dash. The X-rays do. Throw a wrench into the diagnosis, the doctor sighs. It's true, Izuku lacks the extra toe joint that we would normally associate with quirklessness. Statistically, his lack of a quirk is highly unusual, but dash. The other doctors said it was practically impossible, Mom interrupts. But it's time to face facts, the doctor continues patiently. Even if he does have a quirk, you can't register it if you don't know what it is. What do you mean even? He could just be a late bloomer. With all due respect, Mrs. Midoriya. The doctor's eyes are full of sympathy. His 6th birthday has come and gone. It's long past the usual window in which a quirk would manifest. Mom sighs deeply, and the doctor leans forward. There is a possibility. It's rare, but some people are born with what we call invisible quirks. Invisible quirks? The boy from the emergency ward echoes. He's a little older than Izuku, sitting over in the corner on the plastic chair where Mom left her purse, dripping water all over the floor. Izuku first saw him while having his height measured, and he'd introduced himself as Takada. That sounds kind of cool. Izuku perks up hopefully. With certain people, their quirks are so obscure that they simply aren't noticeable, the doctor explains. Or their quirk can only be activated under an extremely specific set of circumstances. Such people can go through their entire lives without even noticing their own quirk, simply because those specific circumstances never occur, and there's no practical use for it. The doctor shrugs apologetically. That's the best explanation I can offer. Izuku's face falls. Across the room, Takada blows a raspberry. That's lame, he remarks. That's almost as bad as having no quirk at all. Mom is quiet for a while, lips pursed. What if he sees things? She asks at length. There have been times. He talks about people who aren't there. He'll talk to himself or stare at the wall for hours. When he was 3, he said something about his father tucking him in. And Hisashi died just after he was born. Mrs. Midoriya, the doctor says patiently. I know you're worried. And I know you want the best for your son and his dreams, but it's dangerous to nurse false hope. Children have wild imaginations, and if you encourage them to see something in nothing, it may be harmful in the long run. If he does have an invisible quirk, then it will either show itself or it won't. He stands up, putting on a smile. In the meantime, being functionally quirkless will in no way prevent him from living a normal and happy life. He's in excellent health and well-behaved on top of it. The doctor ruffles Izuku's hair, but Izuku barely notices. He's too busy watching as Takada rolls his eyes, gets up from the chair, and strolls out of the room, lazily swatting the jar of tongue depressors as he passes. The jar wobbles and tips over. The doctor glances over his shoulder with a frown. Odd, he mutters and goes to turn it right side up again. Must be a draft in here. Izuku stares at the jar and doesn't say a word for the rest of the doctor visit, even as Mom holds back tears, kisses him on the cheek, and takes him by the hand. He barely hears her, barely feels the gentle squeeze of her fingers as she leads him back out. He's too busy thinking, sifting through what he knows and what he thinks and what he remembers, piece by piece as it all falls together. No one else can see his friends. He knows that much. But that's the first time one of his friends has ever done something that someone else saw. He saw Dad back when he was 3. He knows he did. He knows he didn't dream it because Mom remembers him telling her. But Dad was dead. Takada was dripping wet, but the floor is dry. But Izuku saw him knock over the jar, and the doctor saw the jar fall but didn't see Takada. Izuku glances up as they pass through the hallway of the doctor's office. The hospital ward is close by, and Izuku looks around and sees. Among the doctors and nurses and patients, people pass by in stained hospital gowns, pale-faced and wandering. But one of them wanders close to Mom, calling for her husband, and Mom doesn't even turn her head. Izuku reaches out, and his fingertips brush cold skin. The woman turns her tear-stained face to him, meets his eyes, and vomits blood. Izuku hides his face in his mother's side and cries. She doesn't see what he sees. She has no way of knowing that he's crying with fear. She thinks it's because he doesn't have a quirk, or because he has a quirk that's so useless that he might as well not have one at all. He ought to be happy. Because he does have a quirk after all, and it's not a useless one. And when he's cried all his fears away, when they're safe at home, then he'll tell his mother that she has nothing to be sorry about after all. He leaves the collar on when he takes Mika to the no-kill shelter he usually goes to for this. They'll call the number on the tags, do their homework, and find out that the cat's owner has passed away. She's a cute cat even with her left eye missing. She's friendly and loving, white with gray and orange patchwork fur, and a trilling purr. She has a good chance of being adopted, and then she'll never have to go hungry by herself again. He gives the woman behind the counter his cell phone number, just in case. The whole incident makes him late getting home, but not late enough to miss dinner. Mom is still busy in the kitchen, so Izuku parks himself in front of the TV and turns it on. The volume is as high as they dare to keep it without disturbing the neighbors. It always is. It drowns out the strange whispering in the pipes, the odd door that slams on its own, and the myriad noises that could be written off as the house settling if they weren't so frequent. Izuku flips the channels listlessly until coming to rest on the one he's looking for. A jingle of faux ethereal music signals the end of a commercial break, accompanied by a round of applause from the studio audience as the host of the show strides out on stage. His outfit is nothing short of gaudy, a spangled silver waistcoat over a pressed white shirt and bright blue slacks. Rounding off the ensemble is a bolo tie, for heaven's sake, with a decorative half-moon clasp. The announcer introduces the flashy host with a moniker that makes Izuku cringe with secondhand embarrassment and purge it immediately from his memory. There's a lot of sound effects, wild gesticulations and grandiose announcements in an amplified voice that drags out every vowel. Audience members approach the stage for the chance to be on TV for 15 minutes, and the garishly dressed show host proceeds to exorcise demons from one, make contact with another's deceased husband, and cure another of their recurring nightmares. At one point he swoons, staggering with the effort of using his quirk. One audience participant is reduced to tears when the host holds an emotional one-sided conversation with her twin sister who died as a child. The stage is empty but for the host and the crying woman. He's talking to thin air. He's been talking to thin air for as long as Izuku has been watching. I don't understand how you can watch things like this. His mother pauses at the doorway and steps in to stand right behind where Izuku is sitting. She leans on the back of the couch and sighs, shaking her head in disapproval. Who greenlit this show, I wonder? Why do you think people do this? Izuku asks. He's not really expecting an answer or looking for one. Just make up stuff like this and pass it off as real? His mother sighs again. I think maybe it's because, even in a world like ours, there are still impossible things. Or things that everyone thinks is impossible. She drops a kiss on the top of his head. Even if they may be wrong. And as long as there are impossible things, there will be people who want those things to be real. She snorts a little. And as long as people want something, there will be others who use that want to make easy money. But it's not impossible, Izuku says quietly. His throat feels tight. In the world we live in, we can't even know what impossible is. He waves a hand vaguely at the screen. It's just because of stuff like this that everyone thinks it's a big joke. He's still staring at the screen, watching the gaudy spectacle of a show, but he can feel his mother's eyes on him. He knows she worries. I know, Izuku, she says at length. And of course it's not impossible, you're proof of that, aren't you? And one day people will know that. I may not know much about ghosts, but if anyone can find a way, it's you. Another kiss, and Izuku manages a smile. Thank your lucky stars you got your mother's brains. Don't worry about con men like that. Your quirk is your own and nobody else's. It'd be nice if it was any good for hero work, Izuku mutters. And even if it was, I'm still quirkless on paper, so no school's gonna want me dash. Hey! Mom touches the side of his face gently. He looks up at her automatically, and his heart sinks a little at the pity on her face. I'm sorry, Izuku. I know it isn't what you wanted. But you know, you don't have to be a pro hero to help people. You help people that heroes don't even know need help. She smiles again. And I think that's really cool, don't you? Izuku changes the channel. When he doesn't reply, his mother finally leaves the room. His hand is a fist, almost painfully tight around his pencil as he tries to turn back to his homework. In spite of Mom's encouragement, the show has left him with a gross feeling in the pit of his stomach. It really isn't fair. It's like crying wolf, only everyone else has done the crying, and now that there really is a wolf on his hands, he's at a loss for what to do with it. Hoping to lift his mood again, Izuku turns to the news to see if he can catch any superhero reports. There's not much. At some point during the afternoon, Kamui Wood stopped a corner store holdup, but beyond that it's been a quiet day. Izuku's interest wanes, and he finally turns his attention to school assignments while the news reports drone on in the background. He's nearly done with his math homework for the day when the reporter's voice fizzles out. At first he doesn't notice, but then the static blares, and his pencil jarks and scores a dark line on his paper. Grumbling to himself, he shoots the TV a scowl. The screen blinks black, then static. The whiteness falters and shorts out, and for a split second it looks like the picture might be coming back. Picture, anyway. It doesn't look much like the news. It looks like a video of an empty room, but it blinks out too rapidly for Izuku to tell for sure. As he watches, the image breaks up and gives way to static once more. Oh dear, Mom mutters as she passes through the room again. She picks up the remote and tries to change the channel, to no avail, before handing it to Izuku. You know, this is the third time this week. The static gives a violent JRK. As Izuku watches, a pale hand emerges from the screen, claw-like and grasping at empty air. The hand reaches down to the floor, nails scraping for purchase, and a head comes out next. Black hair, tangled and stringy, spills from the white static, followed by shoulders, another jerking hand, and finally the pale apparition claws its way out of the screen and onto the living room floor. Well, let me know if anything changes, Mom sighs. Dinner's almost ready. Okay, Izuku says. The corpse-like figure drags itself across the carpet, face shrouded in dark hair. Izuku finishes the last math problem. His mother leaves the room. The apparition grabs his ankle. I'm pretty sure that's bad for the TV, Izuku says, twitching his foot. Her hand feels cold, even through his sock. The noise she makes in response sounds nothing like any noise that a little girl of 8 or 9 ought to make, but it does sound strikingly similar to the TV static. As if to prove him wrong, the screen blinks again, and the news is back. TV's okay, Mom, he calls toward the kitchen. Oh good. You two play nice now. The couch cushion doesn't dip when the pale ghost sits beside him, but her dark, damp hair does get in the way when she leans over to look at his homework. Izuku scoots over, positioning himself so that he has room to work and she has a better view of it. It's pretty boring, Ray, he says, a little apologetically. Just math. More ghostly rattling. Izuku has never heard her speak for as long as he's known her, and she's almost as old a friend as Bakugo was. That's all right though. She doesn't need to talk to make him feel less lonely. Comment 3. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Ray follows him to school the next day. There is nothing odd about this. She's followed him to school ever since that day in the 2nd grade. It won't happen again, Izuku tells her, but she still follows. After years of practice, Izuku is the emissary of sitting still and perfectly attentive as she scampers to and fro, blowing papers off of desks to watch the students scramble to retrieve them, making the lights flicker so that some of them jump, or standing at the front of the room with the teacher and mimicking his poses and gestures. Izuku used to get in trouble for laughing, but not anymore. Today, Izuku is silent in the midst of his rowdier classmates, smiling slightly on the outside and cracking up on the inside, as she performs the hair-yukai dance on Hanamura's desk 3 seats down, when his teacher's voice sends ice water shooting through his veins. Now that you mention it, didn't Midoriya want to go to Yui as well? Izuku's been to a lot of cemeteries. The next few seconds of silence makes him remember each one. Then all at once, the room erupts into roars of laughter. Izuku stares straight ahead, letting his classmates scorn lash at him from all sides. Ray gets angry then, her shriek of fury piping above their voices, but Izuku faces the front of the classroom and keeps staring until a miniature explosion blossoms up from his desk and sends him tumbling back to the floor. Forget having a weak butt quirk. The voice makes Izuku's limbs lock where they are. He tries to look Bakugo in the eye. He really tries. You don't even have a FING quirk? So where do you get off putting yourself on the same level as me? Looking at his face is too much, so Izuku goes back to staring straight ahead. I'm just applying to a school, he says. It has nothing to do with you. That, Deku, I know a challenge when I see one. A step forward, and Izuku stares straight ahead and waits. Are you trying to FNG die? No, Izuku says. I'm trying to get into a school. That's all. I'm just trying. There's nothing wrong with trying. The class jeers with derisive laughter. Ray screams and claws at his tormentor to no avail, and it's a while before order is restored again. By the time class is over, Izuku immerses himself in the safety of online news reports. Videos, photographs, and eyewitness accounts of heroics put him at ease, and the gross, ugly feelings die down as he reminds himself of his goals. But Ray's warning hiss brings him back to the present, and on instinct he starts grabbing his belongings. As a familiar shadow falls across his desk and his ghostly friend's hiss becomes a threatening snarl, Izuku grabs his notebook and tries to shove it into his bag. The faster he gets his things together, the easier he can escape. The notebook is snatched out of his hands and out of his reach. Ray lunges, claw-like fingers outstretched, but she passes harmlessly through Bakugo's face and chest and arms, and not once does he bat an eye. With a shriek of frustration, she sends papers flying from nearby desks, and neither Bakugo nor any of his friends seem to notice. We're not done, Deku. Ray's frustration might be contagious, because Izuku feels it welling up within himself. It's just a high school app. He makes a grab for the notebook, to no avail. Bakugo twitches it out of his reach. Here's the thing, Deku. Try and get this through your tiny little quirkless brain. I'm gonna be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into Yui. A palm-sized explosion rips through the notebook, and Izuku makes a noise like he's just been punched in the stomach. So I don't like it when a useless nobody like you comes along and challenges that. He's too close. Ray doesn't like that very much, and he can see out of the corner of his eye what she turns into. It's hard to describe, and harder still to look at it for long without feeling his lunch creep back up his esophagus. He turns his eyes away from her and back to his classmates, and his brain immediately starts to scrub itself clean of the image, until all that sticks is dark, writhing hair and black pits where eyes should be. There's no blocking out the sounds, though. Izuku will take those sounds to the grave. Nothing else. It puts things into perspective a little. The tightness in his chest loosens, and the power of speech returns to him. If I'm so useless, then why do you think I'm a threat? He asks. You're not. The desk takes more abuse with another explosive punch. Don't you ever effing forget that. You're not a threat to me. You're nothing and you'll always be nothing. Try and remember that next time you try to pull shit like this. She's angry, so angry. Sometimes Izuku has to avert his eyes and remind himself that she can't hurt Bakugo, even if she tries. And she has tried. "That's your problem, Bakugo," he says softly. "You always think everything is about you." He regrets that in the next second, when Bakugo's hand closes around his shoulder. There are a number of ways that Izuku can react to this. It is a small number and does not include things like yelling for help, fighting back, or trying to apologize. The reason for this is that what Izuku does first, automatically, is panic. To be specific, the number is 2. One option is to fold like wet paper, break down crying, and let flight take over since fight isn't happening anytime soon. This option presents itself for a split second in Izuku's mind, and what little remains of the rational part of his brain promptly vetoes it. And so, instead, Izuku lets himself freeze. A moment after Bakugo grabs him, Izuku goes dead still. His limbs lock in place, his hands sit as motionless fists in his lap, and he stares blankly up at Bakugo's angry face. One of the fluorescent light panels in the ceiling goes out, and that's all anyone would be able to see of what Izuku's friend is up to right now. He can see the rest of it, and it's still less frightening than the flesh and blood teenager who won't let go of his shoulder. There's nothing he can do to stop Bakugo from squeezing his shoulder and shouting at him, so he does nothing. He simply sits and stares and keeps his mouth tightly shut and his fists in his lap and tells himself again and again that squeezing and shouting is all that Bakugo is going to do. He tells himself it won't happen again. It won't. The anger will pass. All Izuku has to do is wait. He doesn't even have to wait long. Bakugo finishes saying his piece, and the ice in Izuku's blood vanishes the moment Bakugo's hand leaves his shoulder. Rei is still trying to hurt him. He wishes she wouldn't. Still, Izuku is glad she's there, because when Bakugo hurls his notebook out the window, she dives after it. There's no fixing the scorch marks from Bakugo's quirk, but when Izuku finally makes his way on wobbly legs to the courtyard below, he finds her standing by the koi pond with his notebook on the ground by her bare feet, perfectly dry. He's also appreciative later. It's all in vain, but Izuku still appreciates it. They're walking together beneath an overpass, or at least he's walking and she's drifting beside him with her feet floating above the ground. Izuku steps over a manhole and walks on, unaware of his surroundings as he wrestles with his thoughts and fears and hopes. He's not paying attention until she appears before him. Her face twists and contorts into a sickening mask. She hovers before him, her features dripping and melting in a snarl, her hair twisting and writhing around her like snakes. But she's not staring at him, she's staring past him. Following her gaze, Izuku turns just as the slime emerges from the sewer. He has time to run, but it's not enough, and the slime is upon him before he even makes it out into the open. It covers him, sticky and clinging, oozing over his mouth and nose until darkness creeps around the edges of his vision. He sees her blinking in and out of view, and his ears ring and throb with her shrieking until his skull feels as if it could split in half, but it's not enough. The thing can't see her, and she can't touch it. Her clawing fingers do even less harm than Izuku's. His quirk really is useless in a fight, some small, barely rational part of him realizes. He helps people no one else can see, solves problems that no one else knows need fixing, but here he is, suffocating under a criminal with a fancy quirk, and there's nothing he or any of his friends can do about it. At times like this, like second grade, like all his middle school years spent getting beat up and shoved into lockers, he's as good as quirkless. The panic that clouds his thoughts is purely instinctual, born of raw survival instinct. But as Izuku suffocates slowly, his last thought as his vision goes black is that he's going to join her soon, and maybe that means he might finally learn his best friend's real name. Never a dull moment with this big lug, is there? You're getting slow, she tells him fondly. Time was, you'd have caught him like a rat by the tail before he even made it to the manhole cover. Toshi doesn't reply. He never does. Truthfully, Shimura Nana is a poor judge of speed these days. He could be outpacing the bullet trains, and still she'd be right at his heels without breaking a sweat. Of course, that's not fair to say. She couldn't sweat if she tried. One can't sweat without skin, or breathe without lungs, or get tired without a body. One can't do much of anything really. So she follows and watches, and her brilliantly witty commentary falls on deaf ears. Today, her faithful student has chased a criminal down into the sewer system. It's a petty criminal, hardly worth calling a villain, but Toshi never could ignore a cry for help. Unfortunately, he's gotten a bit turned around, and there's little she can do to help or direct him. No, all Nana can do is drift along behind him, as she's done for years, watching as he races and backtracks and finds the right path. The criminal's body is viscous sludge, and he's left tracks in his haste. Not that Nana was otherwise worried. Toshi always finds his way eventually. The screaming makes her jump. She's been around for a while, long enough to know what's part of her new normal and what isn't. This isn't the scream of an innocent in danger. She knows it isn't, because if it were then Toshi would hear it and Toshi would haul but straight to the source instead of loping along at the same place, following the patches of goo left by the culprit. This is the sort of scream that nails on chalkboard could only dream of matching, the kind of gut-wrenching noise that feels like screws driven into your ears, the kind that sounds like many voices in one, that shakes walls and rattles windows and becomes the soundtrack of your nightmares for weeks to come. Not that Nana ever sleeps anymore. But in spite of Toshi's obliviousness, he's still heading right toward it, and that means that Toshi is heading for something that he might not be ready for. And what kind of watchful ghost would she be if she stood by and let it happen? In a blink she's ahead of him, following her ears and whatever other senses drive the dead to act. She leaves Toshi behind, and the trail of slime becomes thicker and thicker until she ascends up through a manhole and, oh dear God! The slime villain is there, and he's not alone. Heaven help them all, there are children here. One of them is caught in his grasp, enveloped in slime like he's drowning in a living swamp. His movements ebb and slow, getting weaker and weaker by the second as he loses consciousness. And the other is still screaming, form shifting and twisting as she howls fit to wake the dead. Only her size and the vague impression of a child-sized nightshirt clue Nana into. The fact that she's looking at a little girl and not some eldritch demon that crawled up from the depths of a fever dream. The rest of her is all writhing, twisting shadows, fingers that stretch like the shadows of branches through a dark window, wild tendrils of black hair, and a face that burns Nana's memory white. She screams, howls, not with fear but rage, as her spider-claw fingers rake uselessly at the enveloping sludge. She's attacking the villain, not the boy. With a jolt Nana realizes that she's trying to get him free. And then Toshi is there. The fight is a blessedly short one, if it can even be called a fight at all. In 2 shakes, the villain is ensnared in a pair of soda bottles, and Toshi is gathering up the unconscious boy and carrying him out into the sunlight. The little girl is calm now, the shadows still, and Nana finds herself looking at a child of 8 or 9, all pale skin and thin bones and dark, tangled hair. Her black eyes blink up at Nana, curious but not hostile the way some poltergeists can be. Nana smiles at her, and after a moment's hesitation and a glance toward the still-living boy, the little ghost smiles back. It's an unsettling smile, to be sure, but a sincere one. "Friend of yours?" Nana asks. The girl nods. That's very loyal of you. Don't you ever get lonely? He'll have a long life to live, you know." The girl wrinkles her nose with a wry smile, like she finds Nana's words funny somehow. It's a relief when the boy awakens, and highly amusing when he goes into starstruck conniptions over meeting Toshi. Nana wishes she could sneak up and give her old student bunny ears, something to show this poor kid that he's the biggest dweeb and there's nothing to be nervous about, but it's not like the boy could see her anyway, so she hangs back. The girl's fingers are like ice cubes when she takes Nana's hand. She tugs at it until she has Nana's attention and points to her stammering friend with an eager smile. "What?" Nana looks at him, but beyond making an adorable fool of himself in front of her student, he isn't doing anything noteworthy. The girl points, more urgently, but she doesn't speak and Nana isn't fluent in children, much less ghost children. "I'm sorry, I don't—" "Oh hell." Toshi takes off then, literally, like a rocket, with the boy clinging to his leg, and it's all Nana can do to keep from laughing herself to a second death as she follows. "Is it possible for me to become a hero like you, even without a quirk?" the boy asks, and isn't that a trick of a question? Nana's a bit distracted from it, though, seeing as how there's only a rapidly dissipating cloud of smoke standing between Toshi and an unwanted discovery. She wishes she could wave her arms and cause a distraction, clap her hands over the boy's eyes, something to help Toshi hide, but it's no use. A simple gust of wind reveals Toshi's sickly, gaunt true form, and the boy leaves off his embarrassed rambling to make a noise not unlike a stepped-on mouse. Rotten luck. Nana sighs, though she knows Toshi can't hear her. You might as well make a break for it before this kid plasters your sorry mug all over Instagram. What's going on, you're not? The boy splutters. Come on, just leave already, Nana urges. It's like yelling at characters on a movie screen sometimes. You'll be back to full strength tomorrow, and it's not like anyone's gonna believe him if he tells them he saw All Might deflate like a sad muscly balloon animal. The kid's face tightens, eyes twitching, with what Nana abruptly recognizes as a stifled snort of laughter. She glares at him. Is he laughing at her student's misfortune? Before she can get properly angry, he quickly schools his face into a more neutral, curious expression. He says quietly, eyes wide with alarm. Did something happen to you? Toshi opens his mouth to reply and vomits blood instead. Nana winces with sympathy, mostly for Toshi but just a little bit for the boy too. That must be quite a fright, seeing the symbol of peace cough like he's about to die. She glances at him, idly wondering which category he'll fall into. Will he be a screamer? A fainting hemophobe? Or will he be one of the responsible quick thinkers that go for their phones and have to be talked out of calling an ambulance? Ever curious and uninvolved, Nana looks to see his reaction. There isn't one. Wait, no, that's a blink. He's blinking at least. Of course, he did just go for an impromptu flight through the city skyline, so maybe he just has dry eyes. Are you okay? The boy asks, and that's about it. Fine, Toshi answers tersely, wiping his mouth on his arm. I'm gonna need you to keep this to yourself, all right? And that's that. Toshi changes the subject, and kid just goes with it. Nana steps closer as Toshi explains his condition and the boy listens. Being dead means being an observer, and being an observer means chasing whatever sparks her interest for the sake of staying sane sometimes. There's no point in ignoring curiosity, she's already been thoroughly killed, and while satisfaction might not bring her back, it will certainly keep the threat of tedium at bay. He's sort of small, this boy. Thin, even by gawky teen standards. He's the sort of kid that blends into the background without even trying. The only remotely unique things about him are the slight greenish sheen to his hair and the dark circles under his eyes. There's a pallor to his face, too, which would be unsettling if it didn't make his sprinkling of freckles stand out. But his appearance isn't what's catching Nana's attention and holding it, it's how he's taking Toshi's story. Or rather, how he isn't taking it. He doesn't interrupt, beyond polite little noises and responses to show he's still listening. His face doesn't change. There's no surprise, no horror, not even revulsion when Toshi shows him the ugly, gnarled scar on his side. The boy just takes it all in with the same expression of sad sympathy. That must have been awful, he says quietly, when Toshi pauses. I never realized. That's good, Toshi says, adjusting his shirt again. I haven't told the public about my condition, and I don't intend to. I'm the symbol of peace, after all. The hero who rescues people with a smile. I can't succumb to evil or fear. I know, the boy murmurs, almost too quietly to be heard. That's why I want to be a hero. I want to be that kind of hero. Like you. And oh, Nana wants nothing more than to put this kid in her pocket and take him home. Toshi sighs heavily. The truth is, there's not much behind that smile. Glory and joy don't enter into it when it's enough work just to stay alive and save everyone you can. I smile to distract myself from the fear and the pressure. I see. The boy looks thoughtful at this, brow furrowed as he takes in what Toshi's telling him. I kind of know what that's like. He shakes his head as if clearing it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you, this was really stupid of me and I won't tell anyone, so you don't have to worry about that. The boy manages a nervous, apologetic smile. Thank you, Toshi says and means it. And with this in mind, to answer your question. I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. The smile vanishes as if it's been slapped off his face. This is the hazard of the job, Toshi continues. And this is what happens with a quirk. Without one, and without a useful one for combat, you don't have much hope. It's dangerous, and believe me, however cool it seems, it isn't worth your life if you don't have a quirk to protect yourself and others. This boy and his face are breaking her heart now. Little harsh there, Toshi, she mutters. And hypocritical, God. Nana remembers when this question came up, the day she tripped over a lanky kid with a surplus of heart and an unfortunate dearth of power to back it up. Why yes, a quirkless kid can become a hero, provided they gain a quirk at some point, but how rare is that? It's not as if Nana or Toshi could hand out one for all to every hopeful who wants it badly enough. Doesn't stop the look on this boy's face from making her want to hug him. Toshi tosses out the suggestion to take up police work like it's a consolation prize, and Nana winces because now the kid looks like he's about to cry. Now look what you've done, she says with a flat look at her student. See? There's his heart breaking, that's the exact moment it shatters. You monster. She follows him off the roof, leaving the boy with his eyes welling with tears and a little girl ghost patting him sympathetically. Well, that's that, she thinks. Before the day is even over, Midoriya Izuku whacks a slime monster in the eye and sobs as he accepts Toshi's offer to take on one for all, and Nana has never been so pleased to be wrong. Izuku's still in a euphoric daze as he meanders home. His legs are just barely sturdier than jelly, and his mind is an echo chamber for All Might's words. You can become a hero. You can become a hero. You can become a hero. I should have thrown my school bag at a supervillain months ago, he says out loud. Ray gives a rattling cackle that sends a stray cat spitting into the bushes. It's not until he sets foot on his doorstep that the happy, disbelieving fog breaks, and a harsh, unforgiving realization hits him like a sunbeam straight to the eyes. Oh my God, I'm not quirkless. She blinks owlishly at him. I just lied to All Might. I just lied to his face. Izuku's heart sinks, and he covers his face with both hands. I just looked the symbol of peace in the eye and I lied through my teeth and oh God, I'm an awful person and mom. The second realization is no less brutal than the first. In a split second, a glaring flaw in his half-baked plan makes itself abruptly known. He'd said yes. Of course he'd said yes. All Might, the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, the greatest active pro that Izuku had ever heard of, the man whose face was plastered all over his bedroom walls, had stretched out a hand and offered to personally train him as a successor and pass a powerful quirk into his keeping. What was he supposed to do? Shake his hand and say no thanks? Mom's never gonna agree to this, he whispers. She gives him a flat look. I can't just not tell her. Izuku hisses, checking his surroundings to make sure no one can see or hear him arguing with a ghost. I already have a quirk. She knows what that quirk is. If I suddenly start growing a new one, she'll dash. The front door opens, and Izuku could swear he loses at least 5 years of his lifespan. Izuku! He's pulled into a hug before he has the chance to react. Izuku, oh my goodness, I saw the news and I was just about to call you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Mom, I did a stupid thing, slips out of Izuku's mouth before he fully knows what he intends to do. I did several stupid things. His ghost friend's palm makes a faint smacking noise as it meets her forehead. Mom fusses over him as they go inside, checking and double-checking that he really is unhurt. Within minutes, his shoes and jacket are off and they're sitting down to dinner. Izuku stares down at his plate, his brows knitted together. Somewhere in the walls, a disembodied voice whispers something incoherent before its owner moves on. Izuku! He's not looking at her face, but he can hear how worried Mom is. You know, honey, whatever it is, I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong. I met All Might today, Izuku says. Oh, his mother squeaks in surprise. Oh my goodness, wow. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you, sweetheart, but what's wrong then? That's the thing, nothing's wrong, Izuku says, looking up at last. Everything's amazing, actually, it's just, you might not feel the same way. Mom frowns. I don't understand. I think it's wonderful that you got to meet your hero. He wants to train me. The frown vanishes, and Mom stares at him with an utterly gobsmacked look that would have been funny in any other situation. I beg your pardon. See, Izuku stops, heart plummeting. The words stick in his throat, and before him lies a dilemma. He has two options. Either he can lie to his mother and eventually scramble to find a way to explain to her when he suddenly gains super strength, or he can tell her the truth and betray All Might's confidence by revealing the secret of his quirk, and possibly his injury as well. This choice today is becoming less and less like a dream come true. Izuku, Mom prompts. I'm going to need a little context, sweetie. He told me something about himself, Izuku says finally. Something he doesn't want people to know. But I can't do this without telling you about it, and I can't tell you about it without telling you that thing. So I'm just stuck. Oh. Mom's face falls. Oh, sweetheart. That's a tough position to be in. She frowns, but it's more of a thoughtful frown as she hunts for a solution. This thing he doesn't want people to know about. Does it put you in danger? No, Izuku says. Not really. Does it put anyone else in danger? Just him, Izuku says, remembering the twisted scar. Okay. Mom nods, still looking thoughtful. If it's not something that's going to hurt you, Izuku, then I guess it's all right if I don't know. But only then here? Izuku nods. Is there a way to tell me the rest without betraying anyone's confidence? Try. And if you can't, then I'd really rather know about it, Izuku. I know, Ma. Okay. He takes a deep breath. It's looking for a successor. His quirk. There's no getting around this one. He can pass on his quirk, Mom. He asked me if I wanted to take it. Mom drops her chopsticks with a clatter. She stares at him, shocked, speechless. I didn't tell him about my power, Izuku continues. His eyes move downward to his plate again. He thinks I'm quirkless. But he thinks I have what it takes to take his power. He pauses, throat bobbing as he swallows. Ma, I told him yes. Izuku. I know. Izuku bursts out, dropping his own chopsticks. I know, it was stupid, but it's All Might, Mom. And it's me. What did you think I was going to say? You should have talked to me first. Mom brings her hands to her face. From across the table, Izuku can see them shake. You weren't there to talk to, Izuku says quietly. So I'm talking to you now. Mom, I really want to do this. I know, Izuku, I know, but dash. I don't dash, his voice catches in his throat. I don't think I'm gonna get another chance like this, Mom. Guilt bubbles up in his throat, and he feels tears prick at his eyes, because his impossible dreams are suddenly within reach, but she might say no. I almost didn't tell you, but you know about my quirk already, and I couldn't have hidden it from you if I suddenly got a new one, and dash. You always tell me. Her voice is soft, her face hidden behind her hands. Izuku can't tell what she's feeling, and that scares him. No matter what, you always tell me, because if you don't and you get in trouble, then dash. I know. Izuku. Slowly, her hands fall back to her lap, and Izuku finds it hard to look at her face for long. This is life-changing. And you're only 14. I don't know if this is a good idea. Do you even know what he has planned? All I know, Izuku says, is that All Might wants to train me, and this is the only chance I've ever had to become a hero. Izuku dash. Mom. His voice breaks. I need to tell you what happened. Mom, it was Bakugo. He sees her expression turn to stone. No, he was in trouble. I was attacked first, and then the guy went after Bakugo and his breath hitches. And he was scared. The stony look in her eyes breaks. He was so scared, Mom. He was just as scared as I was when, and I didn't even care about anything he's done. It had him, and dash, Mom's shape blurs as the tears spill over, and Izuku struggles to speak through the shaking and the tight pain in his throat. And all I could think was, I didn't want to see him that way. Not yet. Not ever. I don't ever want to see him that way. So I tried to stop it, and Mom, I couldn't do anything. All I could do was just slow it down. I threw my book bag and that was it. And then it went right back to hurting him, and I couldn't do anything else. And then All Might showed up and it was just over. He sniffles, wiping his tears on his sleeve. I know I have a quirk and I know it's special and unique, but I can't save anyone with it. I can't save people's lives. All I can do is talk to them after they're already dead. Arms wrap around him, warm and soft, and Izuku sobs into his mother's sweater. I don't ever want to feel like that again. Oh, sweetheart. Her voice wobbles and Izuku wonders if she's going to cry too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you were scared and I'm sorry you had to feel like that. She presses a kiss to the side of his head and rubs his back gently. You're good, you hear me? You're a good person and the world is lucky you're in it. I can do this, Izuku tells her softly. I know I can. And Mom, if I don't take this, if I don't try, I'm gonna regret it forever. Her breath hitches a little, and she lets it out in a sigh. I know, sweetheart. I know. And I think. She pulls back, fussing a little with the hair falling into his eyes. She takes another deep breath. I think if I stop you, then I'll probably regret it too. Izuku blinks, suddenly wide-eyed, tears drying on his face. You mean? I want you to be safe, she says. I want so badly for you to be safe. But I want you to be happy more. Gently, Mom cups the side of his face in her hand. Will this make you happy? More than anything, Izuku whispers. Well. After a moment, she offers a brave little smile, and somehow it seems even brighter than All Might's. All right then. Tell me what I can do to help. Ray shrieks in triumph, taking out the kitchen light and sending a metal spatula flying across the room. Comment. Chapter 3. Self-imposed community service is surprisingly difficult with all the screaming. Izuku's not the one screaming. Well, he does yell a little, like when he barks his shin on the corner of a discarded oven or accidentally drops a microwave oven on his foot. But he's not getting distracted by the sound of his own voice. The first time it happens is on the very first day, and Izuku is so exhausted from waking up at the crack of dawn that he's sure he's just having a vivid auditory hallucination. But no, that's not the case, because the sound of it sends Ray spider-crawling down from her perch on the trash heap, and it makes the ghost woman at All Might's side hover closer and look around in alarm. With the woman's back turned, Ray tugs on his hand and points. He follows the direction of her finger, bleary-eyed, but all he sees are rolling hills of garbage. Rolling, screaming hills of garbage. He's already tired and sore from the heavy lifting he's done since he got started, but now there's a buzzing in his nerves. It's not fear, not yet, but it's a quietly relentless, anxious energy. It's a lot like fight or flight, but he can't yet tell whether he wants to fight or flee more. All he knows is he doesn't want to stay still. He wants to do something, anything to make the screaming stop. Before he can stop himself, he groans aloud and massages desperately at his forehead, trying to ward off an oncoming headache. A hearty pat on the back almost knocks him flat on his face, and his unbalanced staggering hides the fact that it makes him jump like a startled rabbit. Resting already? All Might's voice booms, momentarily drowning out the disembodied shrieking. Not giving up so soon, are we, young Midoriya? Nope. Izuku puts on his brightest, most determined smile, and gets back to hauling trash to the pickup. It doesn't take much to get him out of breath, but he carries on. As he does so, he tilts his head this way and that, trying to pinpoint where the cries are coming from. His friend keeps close to him, glaring around all the while. Before long, Izuku determines that the voice isn't just screaming, it's crying as well. His nervousness drops a little, but the buzz of restless energy is still there. Izuku pours it into what he's doing. I don't like this. Izuku shoots a quick glance toward the speaker. Ever since the sludge villain incident, he's seen her hanging close to All Might's side. He has yet to see one without the other. She's not someone he recognizes, and that only piques his curiosity. She's broad and muscular, with dark hair in a half-updo. A lot of ghosts appear in whatever outfit they died in, but most of them can change how they look if they want, and Izuku's never sure either way unless there's blood or clothing damage. In this ghost case, her tank top and athletic breathes make her look like she died on her way to the gym. There doesn't seem to be a mark on her, though, so she was either poisoned or she's changed her look. Izuku wonders what her name is. He hasn't spoken to her, not yet. He hasn't seen her without All Might around, and there's no way he's going to risk talking to her when the #1 hero might hear him. If All Might hears him, then he'll ask who he's talking to, and Izuku can't tell him the truth. He absolutely can't. Izuku has his chance, his first and only chance to become a hero. There's no way he's risking it when he's barely even started. All Might doesn't have to know. As he watches from the corner of his eye, the woman aims a swat at the back of All Might's head that goes right through him. Welp, I'm gonna go check that mess out and, hopefully figure out a way to clue you two knuckleheads in on a screaming rage ghost if I need to. Sit tight, Toshi. She vanishes then into thin air. Izuku purses his lips as he stoops and wraps his arms around what looks like the remains of a microwave oven. If it does prove to be dangerous, then he'll have to find a way to warn All Might without revealing too much. Can he make up some excuse for them to leave, without making All Might think he isn't serious about this? Before he can think further on the subject, the haunting voice is joined by a second, and that's when the eerie wails turn into what sounds like the ghostly shrieking equivalent of the noises cats make when they fight in an alleyway. Izuku certainly isn't expecting it, because that's when he drops the microwave oven on his own foot and adds his own high-pitched yelp to the din. Thanks to disuse and decay, it's only about half a microwave oven by now, so Izuku avoids a broken foot. He can't quite dodge All Might's attention. Haha, whoops. Gingerly he pulls his foot out from under the broken appliance. Silly me, be Butterfingers, ha. No harm done, don't worry about it, I can just pick it back up. He does so, still chunnering to himself with the faint hope that All Might will brush this off. Yep, still going. No problem. Off to the truck. Except there's a very good chance that All Might's ghost friend is tangling with an unhappy poltergeist at the moment, and Izuku has no way of escaping his attention long enough to defuse the situation. He loads the broken microwave oven and almost bumps into Rei. Her hair is beginning to stir without any help from the wind, and that's usually a good sign that she's uneasy too. Izuku chews his lip and dawdles over choosing the next piece of trash to grab. The woman must be someone All Might knows. She doesn't look enough like him to be a relative, maybe a friend? A girlfriend? Did All Might ever even have a girlfriend? He certainly has a lot of female fans. He's getting off track. The point is, if she's spending her afterlife following him around, then there was some kind of bond. There had to be. Rei's different. If it weren't for the fact that he could see her and hear her and talk to her, Izuku doubts she would have given him a second thought. But if this woman is important to All Might, well, sitting by while she gets in trouble with a poltergeist doesn't sit right with Izuku. He can't risk talking to Rei with All Might so close, so he stalls a few more seconds to leave his hands free. Go check on her? He signs, turning away from All Might to hide the movements of his hands. Make sure she's okay. His friend vanishes, and Izuku scoops up an old tire, slings it over his shoulder, and jogs back to the pickup. The two-toned shrieking is cut off by a blood-curdling screech that churns Izuku's stomach until he has to pause to let the nausea pass, and for a few glorious seconds, silence falls. Izuku waits on bated breath, before finally the original voice takes up its haunting wail once more. Rei materializes close by, and a few seconds later Izuku lets out a soft sigh of relief as the dark-haired woman returns to All Might's side. She looks a little ragged and faded around the edges, but she seems all right. Sheet, he hears her hiss. Sheet. I've gotten weak too, Toshi. I could have ended a fight like that with my pinky finger. Now I need little monster girls coming to my rescue. No offense, sweetie, thanks for that. Just gotta stay away from that sedan. For the love of God, Toshi, stay away from that sedan. Izuku tosses a glance over his shoulder, frowns a little, and spots the car in question. It's just as battered and disused as everything else in this shoreline junkyard, bent and warped out of shape, most of its windows smashed, and it's in the direction that the wailing is coming from. It's also just within the area All Might set him to clean, but well out of his reach for now. At this point he'd need climbing gear just to get to it through all the rest of the trash. The wailing breaks into a sob, just for a moment. Izuku sets his jaw and steps in the direction of the old sedan. There's plenty of junk in the way, but he'll get there. He has to, poltergeist or not. There's someone who might need help, and he's not going to consider this job done unless he cleans that up too. He sets his shoulder against a broken-down washing machine, digs his heels into the sand, and keeps working. It takes 2.5 weeks for him to reach the sedan. If All Might notices that he's moving in a specific direction, he says nothing and Izuku offers neither acknowledgement nor explanation. The woman notices, though, the woman who follows All Might. She was always nervous, what with the continuous screaming echoing through the trash pile, but a few days before Izuku reaches the car, she realizes that he's headed straight in that direction. She tries to stop him. For the better part of that day, Izuku works through her warning shouts on top of the screaming. He tries to signal her when All Might's back is turned, but she never notices. And she won't try to stop him physically, because Ray growls when she gets too close. He thinks about taking the risk anyway. All Might is in his skeletal true form more often than not. Is he more or less observant when he isn't using his quirk? It comes to a head the day Izuku finally clears the path. He manages to haul away 3 bicycles that got warped and tangled together, and that turns out to be something of a keystone in clearing the way to the sedan. After Izuku wrestles the mess into the back of the pickup, he runs back to continue. All Might watches and waits, gaunt enough to be drowning in the jacket he's wearing. The path that Izuku has cleared cuts between 2 larger piles like a narrow valley of garbage. At the top of the pile on the right, there's a television set balanced somewhat precariously. It looks stable enough to most, but most don't take into account the outbursts of anxious ghosts. One step at a time, young Midoriya, All Might is saying as Izuku comes jogging back. At your stage, I doubt you'll be able to move that. He nods to the broken-down sedan. Unless, of course, you'd like to try. I'll get to it, Izuku says, and resists the urge to rub at his ears. The screaming is almost close enough to hurt at this point. No, you won't. The ghost who follows All Might sounds all the more agitated. She blinks in and out of view, ending up perched at the top of the pile on the right. Izuku shoots her a look, but she's too upset to notice. Stay away from there. Both of you. Toshi, I mean it. Izuku's friend hisses back at her, and the woman's form flickers. Can't we warn them? She yells back. The force of her frustration rattles Izuku, and she bumps against the television set. All Might takes a step closer to the pile. Izuku doesn't even think about it. His hand shoots out, blocking All Might from taking a step further. At that moment, the television teeters over, falls, and hits the sand just a few feet in front of them. Sheet dash. Izuku hears the ghost woman hiss, before Ray's spider crawls up the pile to shriek her fury right in the woman's face. Wordlessly he crouches, lifts up the television, and staggers back to the pickup beneath its weight, while the woman's frantic apologies mingle with his friend's furious shrieks and growls. All Might surprises him by ruffling his hair when he gets back, and Izuku steers the cleanup away from the sedan once more. It's only that night that he dares approach it again. Once he's eaten and finished his homework, his studying and daily scheduled exercises, Izuku makes his way back to the beach. All Might and his protective tagalong are nowhere to be seen. Izuku is alone except for Ray, and free to do whatever he needs. Stay back, he tells her. She scowls at him and he glares back. Stay back. I just need to talk to them. Sand crunches beneath his shoes as he meanders his way through the garbage. The poltergeist still screams and cries, louder and louder as Izuku creeps through the path he made and approaches the broken sedan. His pace slows until he's inching forward. Step then pause. Step then pause. Step then pause. Finally, Izuku can reach out and brush the bent door with his fingertips. A pale hand, bloodied and missing 2 fingers, moves out the window, seizes him by the wrist and yanks. Izuku catches the edge of the door, and that's all that keeps him from getting dragged through the broken window. He's still pulled to the opening, and finds himself almost nose to nose with the wailing ghost. Her face is battered beyond recognition, her skull caved in and misshapen. Shards from the broken windshield protrude from her throat, and her scream bubbles wetly. Her other hand, mangled and half gone, grasps uselessly at his throat. Terror rushes him, and for a split second Izuku drowns in it. It fills his chest and moves outward, buzzing just beneath his skin, filling his head like cotton. Izuku breathes in, breathes out, and continues to do so as he waits for the fear to ebb and recede. Dimly he can still hear the waves lapping at the beach, and he focuses on that sound. The terror washes over him the way the waves wash over the sand, and roils in his stomach for a few seconds before it finally filters out again, leaving him shaky but clear-headed. His friend is staying back, technically, but he feels her clutching at his jacket sleeve and hears her soft, high-pitched warning snarl. He coughs, swallows the lump in his throat, and shifts his weight in the sand. "Good evening. My name's Midoriya. What's yours?" "I lost it." His ears burn when she wails so close to them. "I lost it, I just lost it. I need to find it before it's too late." "I'm sorry," Izuku answers. "What did you lose?" "He'll cut the brakes." The poltergeist sobs as blood trickles from her eyes and nose and spills freely from her mouth. "I lost the ring, and he doesn't believe me. I was just hiding here. I hid here. He wouldn't look for me here. He called me trash, so I hid with the garbage. And I lost it." "A ring? Here at this beach?" "He thought I threw it away. He thought I was leaving him." She leaves his throat alone and paws desperately at the front of his jacket. "I was driving here. To this beach. To look for it, it's here. It's somewhere. I have to find it. If I don't find it, he'll think I'm leaving him, and he said he'd cut the brakes if I tried to leave." "I'll help you," Izuku says. "I'll help, I promise. I'm cleaning up the beach. I'll look for it, and if I find it, I'll bring it to you." "Tell him I'll look for it," the ghost pleads. Tell him he doesn't need to cut the brakes." "I'll help you," Izuku repeats, though it feels as if his throat is closing. "It's going to be all right. I'll help you." The hands on his jacket and wrist vanish. The woman vanishes. Izuku finds himself leaning against the broken sedan, staring through the smashed-in window of an empty car. Stinging pain in his hand makes itself known. In catching himself on the door, he'd cut his palm on one of the shards left by the window. On his other hand, finger-shaped bruises encircle his wrist. Before going to bed that night, Izuku does a quick internet search. He finds a news story from just a few months before. After a year-long trial, one Takashi Matsumoto was convicted of murdering his fiancée by sabotaging her car. Izuku recognizes the car and its trapped driver in the photos, shuts off the computer, and sleeps about as well as you'd expect. The poltergeist is quieter after that. That's a good thing, because that means All Might's ghost friend is less nervous, Rei is less snappish, television sets are less likely to fall on anyone, and Izuku can focus better on the task at hand. Or rather, the task. It's entirely possible, highly improbable, that he's stumbled across the ring and thrown it away by accident already. But until he's cleaned up this beach, he has no way of knowing. Which means that, rather than clearing just a section of the horizon like All Might told him to, he might have to clear the entire DMN thing instead. But he was sort of banking on that anyway. This is just extra motivation. The only real difference it makes is that now he goes out to the beach at night as well, and helps the murdered ghost search the garbage pile for her lost ring. It always leaves him exhausted the next day, and All Might notices. "You're not following the plan, are you?" All Might chides him when he collapses in the middle of a run. Overdoing it is just as bad as not working at all, you know. If you exhaust yourself, you'll only move backwards. "Gotta keep going," Izuku wheezes. "Within reason, kid." Izuku grinds his teeth. It's not like he can explain why he's working himself so hard. "It's good to push your limits," All Might continues. "That's the entire point of this training in the first place. But you have to know those limits, so we can adjust your abilities in time for the exam." Not about the exam. Izuku tries to pick himself back up, he really does. I'm not. I just have to be stronger. So I can dash, save people, save as many people as I can, stop murderers so people don't have to worry about cut break lines and lost rings, stop supervillains so that people can go home and feed their pets instead of dying in hospitals, make a world where there are less ghosts for me to talk to. He says none of that. What he does say is, I have to be stronger. as strong as the strongest hero. He raises his head and meets All Might's eyes, willing him to understand, but not understand too much. A moment later, All Might is activating his quirk and scooping him right off the ground like a tired cat. You really are obsessive. There's laughter in his voice. But I can't say I don't approve. Still, impatience with your training won't help anyone, least of all you. Not to worry, though, this old man will revise the plan for you. Toshi, don't give me that sheet, the ghost woman yells. Old my butt. In spite of everything, Izuku laughs so hard he almost pukes. Bit by bit, the beach horizon clears. Trash and junk and litter give way to the white sand beneath, and for every heavy bag of garbage and broken appliance Izuku hauls away, the next gets lighter. He can barely remember how it feels to wake up in the morning without sore muscles, but it gets easier. The shelter rings him up one day, tells him Ms. Yamamoto's one-eyed cat hasn't been adopted yet and may have to be transferred to a different shelter to free up space. Izuku tells his mother, and that night he falls asleep with Mika purring on his chest. He gives the broken sedan a wide berth during the day. Izuku still hears the poltergeist cry from time to time. She never leaves the car, not during the day and not when Izuku comes at night, even when he talks to her and tries to coax her out. Maybe she can't come out. After a while, Izuku stops trying. He won't risk getting close again, and beyond that there's only one way he knows how to help her. So he trains, studies, cleans up the beach, and searches every day for the ring. When he's not doing any of these things, he tries to sleep. The entrance exam creeps closer. The garbage on the beach dwindles. No rings turn up. He cleans the beach. He works during the day with All Might's supervision, and under the cover of darkness with his best friend, and only the moon and a flashlight to light their search. He cleans far more than All Might asked of him, clearing the white sand and the horizon. The entrance exam is a week away by the time Izuku can sling a broken bicycle over one shoulder and tuck a broken air conditioner under his free arm and jog both of them from the beach to the pickup at an easy pace. The ghost in the car wails and weeps day and night. Izuku thinks of her when he's studying, when he's jogging, when he's strengthening his grip under the table, and when he's lying awake at night, petting his new cat and waiting for sleep to take him. At 6 in the morning, on the day of the entrance exam, Izuku stands on clear white sand and drowns out her cries by screaming his frustration at the sunrise, because he hasn't found a DM ring. It sticks with him in the back of his mind, persistent as a mosquito in the room. He's almost glad for the excuse to punch a giant robot in the face, because at least that gives him a PRD of blessed distraction, even if it does more or less destroy his arm and legs in the process. He comes out of Recovery Girl's presence half certain that he's blown it all, 6 months of hard work down the drain, and for the first time in at least 5 of those months, he doesn't venture out to the beach that night. All in all, it's really not Izuku's day. Against all odds, he gets in. All Might meets him at the screaming beach, with the ghostly woman in tow and his hand held up for a high five. Izuku blinks at it for a moment, bewildered, before summoning up the courage to return it. Who would he be to leave the number 1 hero hanging? So, my arm, Izuku says, trying not to talk too loudly over the wails that All Might can't even hear. And my legs? Was that supposed to happen? Figured it might. What? All Might's ghost friend heaves a sigh. You could have at least warned him, Toshi. It can't be helped, All Might goes on. You're strong enough to be a vessel, but you're still a raw beginner at using it. Which you could have warned him about, Toshi, his ghost grouses at him. Not everyone can be a big, beefy man beef like you. Izuku manages, just barely, to disguise a stifled snort of laughter as a cough. Something the matter? All Might asks. Just, allergies. Izuku forces his face straight again. So, my arm? Or more my legs? I sort of understand my arm. I punched a huge robot in the face. I think it was the face. Anyway, it was really hard to tell, but what about my legs? All I did was jump and I completely wrecked both of them dash. Like I was saying, All Might interrupts. You have a quirk now, after living your whole life without one. You're not going to be an expert at it on day 1. Because those 6 months don't enter into it, kid. That was your first day of possessing one for all, and that makes it day 1. You could have warned me, Izuku mutters. There wasn't the time. Besides, it worked out, didn't it? All Might jabs him lightly in the chest, making Izuku look him in the eye. Remember what you told me about being stronger? Well, you were right. You do have to be stronger. You're gonna have to work harder than any of the other students. They've been living with extra limbs and laser vision and what have you all their lives. Your first hurdle's behind you, but you've still got a long way to go. He bends a little, so that they're eye to eye. And I promise you, I will help you get there, understand? There's a swelling feeling in his chest as Izuku nods vigorously. Ray jostles his arm excitedly, and he tries not to let his shaking show. And on that note, All Might continues, reaching into his pocket. There's something I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you earlier, but, well, look. Izuku steps closer, and All Might holds out a pair of photographs. They're both pictures of Izuku, a before and after comparison to show off his progress. In one, he's the skinny kid he remembers being. In the other, taken the morning that he finished cleaning the beach, he's filled out his own frame, replaced scrawny arms with defined musculature. In both, his pupils are glinting red from the flash. I was considering fixing that, All Might says sheepishly. But I'm not the best with technology, I'm afraid. It's fine, Izuku assures him. That kind of always happens, actually. My mom says it's a nightmare trying to get my picture taken. Well, if it can't be helped. Not the point in any case. Your progress speaks for itself. All Might pauses to look him carefully in the eye. Remember, you got to this point through your own hard work. It's gonna take more hard work to keep you moving forward from here. The stronger you become, the better handle you'll have on One for All. It will take work and it will take time. But for now, you've earned a break. Enjoy it while it lasts and keep your strength up. You're a UE student now, and they don't let up for beginners. I won't let you down, Izuku blurts. Good. They're about to leave. The moon is high and bright, and Izuku buzzes with eager energy and glowing pride, and if it weren't for those two things, it may not have happened. It's a chance in a million, really. At precisely the right moment, Izuku turns his head to admire his handiwork of 6 months, and sees moonlight glint on something in the sand. No, it couldn't be. Izuku jogs to the object, sending up sand in his wake, eyes fixed on the tiny glint of reflected moonlight. He slows as he approaches it, not wanting to kick sand over it and lose it again. He stoops, sweeps some of the sand away, and picks up a silver ring from the beach. It's a simple band, set with a small diamond-like stone. An engagement ring by the looks of it. It's a little dirty from lying on the beach, but it still shines. All Might calls to him from across the sand. Midoriya. Everything all right? Go on ahead. Izuku calls back. I'll get home fine. He stays where he is, under the pretense of admiring the moonlight on the waves, until he's sure All Might has gone. He never did touch the old sedan during his cleanup. It looks a lot lonelier now than it ever did before, one last spot of litter tarnishing the horizon. Izuku comes to a halt a few feet away from the driver's side door, and holds out the ring in his palm. Silence falls. You found it. Izuku turns around carefully. The weeping ghost stands in the sand, looking for a split second just as horrible and mangled as she did the first time Izuku saw her. Then he blinks, and she stands before him whole again, pale and thin in a spotless cardigan and skirt. You found it. Tears well up in her eyes, and she steps forward and reaches for it. I wanted to look for it, to show him I only lost it. I wasn't leaving, he'll cut the brakes if I leave. An inch away from the ring, her hand halts. Izuku can't tell whether her form is flickering, or she really is shivering. More tears come, and her voice trembles and cracks. I don't really have to worry about that. Do I? Blank white eyes, shining with ghost light in tears, meet Izuku's. Because he already did. I'm sorry. Izuku's voice is thick from the ache in his throat. I'm sorry he did that to you. You didn't deserve that. He glances down at the ring. He's in jail now, you know. He didn't get away with it. He won't be able to hurt anyone else. Good. That's good. The woman's hand is clearly shaking now. My name's Sachi. Thank you for finding my ring. Happy to help. I'm sorry. Sachi sniffles, and lowers her hand back to her side. I'm sorry, I made you go through all of that trouble for nothing. I don't want it anymore. That's okay, Izuku says. I don't think you need it. And it wasn't for nothing. It really wasn't. I can't remember the last time somebody helped me. Just because. Sachi lifts her hand again, but only to wipe her eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I won't forget this. Izuku smiles. I don't think I will either. I don't know if I can explain it, but you sort of helped me too. Thank you. Sachi doesn't reply, but she nods. Do you think? Izuku's throat bobs as he swallows. Are you going to be okay now? I think yes. Sachi smiles through her tears, and it's one of the brightest smiles Izuku's ever seen. I think I can go now. I'm okay. I'm going to be okay. By the time Izuku blinks away the tears in his eyes, she's gone. The car is empty. The beach is silent. He sniffles a little and wipes his eyes. A chill in the air makes him look up, to see Rei hovering nearby, beaming. How about you, huh? He asks. Think you'll ever? She looks thoughtful at this, then shrugs, and flits closer to give his arm a hug. Okay, Izuku says. If you're sure. He goes home, and his limbs are heavy but his heart is light. One comment. Chapter 4. Izuku is no stranger to fear. He's an expert at fear. He breathes through a pounding heart, eats through butterflies in his stomach, and sleeps through creaking doors and miming in the walls. When fear comes knocking, he greets it like an irritating roommate and goes on with his day. And yet, when Bakugo's glare burns a hole in the back of his head, he wants to run. When Bakugo follows him outside, he wants to hide. When Bakugo grabs him by the shoulder and shoves him up against a wall, he wants to curl up and wait for him to go away. But he can't, not with Bakugo holding him upright. So instead, Izuku feels himself freeze up again. Rei tries to drag Bakugo away from him, but it won't work. It never does. The noises around him sound oddly muffled, as if he's wearing earplugs, but it's not enough to block out what Bakugo is saying. What dirty goddamn trick did you use to pass the exam? Answer me, you little sheet. Izuku doesn't answer. He can't, not when his tongue is locked in his mouth. It's all he can do just to stare dumbly at Bakugo's face. It won't happen. He won't do it. There's no way for him to do it even if he wanted to. And he won't. All he'll do is yell at me like he always does. It won't happen. It won't. You effing listening to me? I was supposed to be the first to get into UE from this shitty school. And you said all over that. Izuku stares at him, silent and frozen and as blank as TV static. He won't do it again. It won't happen. Bakugo's grip on his shoulder is tight enough to bruise, just like the ghost on the beach where he trained, where he bled and puked and sweated for 6 months until the day of the exam. The mantra fades, and frustration puts new thoughts in his head. It wasn't a trick. It was me. I earned it. All Might said so. It's not about you. It wasn't a trick. I told you to go someplace else, you F-dash. Bakugo shakes him roughly, and the back of Izuku's head knocks against the wall behind him. My friends are scarier than you are. Izuku locks eyes with Bakugo again, unblinking, all his senses muffled. Does it make you feel big? He asks. And Bakugo is the first to blink. What dash? Does it make you feel big, to hurt someone who won't fight back? Bakugo's eyes narrow. His lips curl, showing his clenched teeth. What the F are you talking about, dash? Does it make you feel strong, beating on kids who don't have quirks? Part of him, a small part, is screaming at him to shut up before he makes Bakugo angry enough to hit him. But what will that do? It's just a hit. All it can do is leave a bruise or make him bleed. Does it make you feel brave when they're scared of you? Shut the F up, Bakugo snarls, and Izuku sees sparks and smoke in the hand that grips his shoulder. The worst, the very worst he can do to you, is kill you by accident. You'll have to, Izuku says without thinking. I'll have to what? Bakugo spits back. Kill me. If you want to stop me. All Might smiles to trick the fear inside him, so Izuku smiles at Bakugo. If you don't, then I'm going to UE. Izuku watches Bakugo's eyes in the same way he'd watch the lights of an oncoming train. Or do you just want me to cry, Bakugo? Will that make you feel big? Bakugo lets go. It's weird. For a moment it's like Bakugo hasn't even noticed he's let go. But he does, and he seems almost surprised when it happens. Movement returns to Izuku's legs, and he slides away from the wall and out of Bakugo's reach. He doesn't run. He walks, and Bakugo doesn't follow. Times like these make Izuku painfully aware of how fundamentally useless his quirk is. Not one for all. One for all is cool and amazing and exactly what he needs to become a pro hero. Or, at least, it will be once he figures out how to use it without completely obliterating his arms and legs. That's a habit he'd rather break as soon as possible. But he hasn't yet, which is a problem when the first order of business on the first day of school turns out to be a quirk assessment test, and he's liable to get kicked out if he scores low enough. Since he's not interested in ending his first day of school with a trip to the hospital, he's going to have to make do with what he had before one for all. But, as Izuku has long accepted since he was old enough and sufficiently self-aware to navel-gaze about his own quirk, seeing ghosts isn't going to help him run fast, jump high, or do more squats. So hopefully his 6 months of grueling training will pan out and keep him from getting expelled on his first day. The school athletic field is abuzz with conversation, and not just from his chattier classmates. There are ghosts here, not necessarily tied to the place or haunting anyone, but simply passing through and watching the world around them. As Izuku bounces on the ball of his feet and waits for the test to start, he happens to glance over and see Rei standing at the sidelines, pale and washed out against the bright green turf, watching him through a part in her hair like she's peeking through a curtain. Izuku checks his peripherals to make sure no one notices, and flashes her a quick smile and a wave. She perks up, lifting her head so that more of her hair falls away from her face, and bounces a little as she waves back. Hey, did you see that? Did he just wave? Izuku almost panics, but relaxes when the speaker turns out to be another ghost drifting by, a teenager with a hole in his temple that still leaks blood. Hey, little girl. Did that guy just wave at you? She nods vigorously. Holy shit. Can he see us? Oh, why not? Izuku locks eyes with the ghost, grins and winks. The guy's face lights up like it's New Year's Eve. Word travels fast among the dead. Before long, Izuku has a little audience at the sidelines. Rei is still at the front, watching eagerly as the quirk assessment tests begin. He wishes he could have given a better account of himself in front of them, he really does. By all accounts, he should have been able to. 6 months of training was hardly nothing, right? He's been eating better, strengthening himself at almost every available moment, building up his stamina to levels he never dared dream of before. But for every test, every race, every assessment of every possible athletic ability under the sun, there is always someone better. There is always someone, or 2 or 3 or more, whose quirks are perfect for blowing his attempts out of the water. Ida's speed lets him dominate the sprint. Uraraka's gravity manipulation makes the long jump a joke. Sada does push-ups like a man possessed, so to speak. Izuku, in the meantime, has an extra cheering section that no one else can see. Well, it's not nothing. Hey buddy, you're doing great. Yeah, come on kid. Your chin up. You're faster than I ever was back when I had lungs. Don't give up. Did you see those other 2? You left them in your dust. Keep it up. Rei hops up and down, though her feet never actually touch the ground. Her hair twists in an unseen wind and reveals light-swallowing black pits for eyes, and her cheering sounds a little bit like a ring wraith, but it's still a nice feeling. The voices of the dead drown out Bakugo's jeering, and let him focus on something that's not Aizawa's cold stare. In spite of himself, Izuku smiles. His power might not be good for hero work, but it's nice for not feeling alone sometimes. Still, his stomach turns as he picks up a ball for the pitching test. He's almost done with the tests. Maybe what he really needs to do is go all out just once. He hasn't gotten the chance to show off his quirk, his second one at least, and he's not sure the rest of the tests are good for showing off one for all. Maybe if he blows everything now, it'll still be okay. Maybe all he has to do is get Aizawa's attention and prove that he can at least do something. That's what the point of this assessment is, isn't it? Showing him where he is in terms of power? It's worth a shot, at least. And by that, It means it's the only thing Izuku can think of. One shot of one for all, and he'll probably be out for the count, but at least he'll have made some kind of an impression. The ghosts whoop loudly as his throwing arm ripples with energy. Izuku winds up for the pitch, focuses on the cheering, and silence. Izuku is about to swing his arm for the throw when the voices egging him on vanish. The feeling of cotton thickness in his ears makes him look up, searching the sidelines for what might have made the ghosts go quiet, and finds himself staring at empty grass. The ghosts are gone, and Rei, his mute, terrifying nightmare of a best friend, who's hardly strayed from his side since he was 7 years old, is nowhere to be seen. The only people left watching are his living, breathing classmates, and there are 19 of them plus one homeroom teacher, but the athletic field feels suddenly so very empty. The shock of silence, of the split-second powerful feeling of being alone, breaks Izuku's concentration. He loses his grip on one for all, which throws off the weight of the pitch. The ball sails forward about 20 meters before bouncing pitifully on the ground. For a moment, panic rushes through Izuku with such force and volume that he can't even react beyond a blank stare. The ghosts left? Why would they leave? They didn't just lose interest and decide to, they vanished in the middle of yelling encouragement. And why would Rei leave? Did something happen to them? Could something happen to ghosts? I erased your quirk. Aizawa's voice cuts through his numb, mute shock, and he startles like a rabbit and doesn't quite manage to muffle a quiet noise of alarm. Among his classmates, someone giggles. What? His heart beats frantically, and Izuku distantly recognizes the fluttery pain in his chest and the heavy pit in his stomach as nothing short of fear. Isn't it backwards that he's frightened because of the absence of ghosts? Aizawa's starting to look like a ghost himself, with a pale face and red-rimmed eyes and dark hair rising as if on an unseen wind. Izuku takes in the scarf, the goggles, and the strange quirk, and the realization of just who his homeroom teacher is hits him full force. You have no idea how to use your quirk properly, do you? Eraserhead says coldly, stepping forward. His scarf ripples around him as if it has a life of its own. What? Did you believe someone would save you if you crippled yourself again? Bad judgment call should have stuck with the original plan. The scarf wraps around him, jerking him forward, and another flash of panic turns his vision white for a moment. Fight or flight instinct kicks in, and as Aizawa's voice fades to the background of his own thunderous pulse in his ears, Izuku manages to glance down at his own hand. He twitches his finger experimentally, and is rewarded by a spark of one for all in his fingertip. He erased my quirk, he realizes through the pounding in his ears. But he erased the wrong one. Face it, Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa's voice, flat and cold, brings him out of his panic and back to the present. With a power like that, you'll never become a hero. A moment passes, and Aizawa's hair falls back into his face. Izuku's ears pop as the voices of the dead return, and oh wow, that's where she went. Rei is no longer watching at the sidelines. Her face is no longer pale, her eyes no longer dark. It's like the color has been reversed. Her entire form, from her skin to her nightdress to her hair, is the kind of black that swallows light and lets nothing reflect back. The only whiteness left is in the eerie pale light that shines out of her eyes and her mouth. Mouths are not supposed to be that way. Lips are not supposed to stretch that wide, sweet little girls are not supposed to have fangs that bristle like dark thorns against the glow. Her writhing tendrils of hair put the scarf to shame as they WHP and slither around his teacher's arms and throat, and her fingers stretch and curve into hard, spindly claws to rake at him. Her mouth stretches wide like a crocodile, and she gives vent to her fury inches from Aizawa's face. Izuku's ears burn with her screaming, and her rage presses him like a hot iron. Aizawa blinks slowly at him. Something the matter? Let go, Izuku blurts out before he can stop himself. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at him. Please? You should probably, so I can throw the ball. Aizawa looks bored, but he complies and turns away to watch by the sidelines again. It's not until the scarf is well away from Izuku that Rei gives one final shriek, swipes at the back of Aizawa's head, and backs off. The darkness fades, and a pale little girl stands at Izuku's side once more. He can't stop shaking. Did he give himself away? Did Aizawa notice? How the hell is he going to get through this one? Maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe All Might will speak up for him. Maybe instead of getting expelled, he'll be transferred to a different class. That'd be okay. That'd be. Cold fingers close around his free hand. Izuku twitches in surprise and looks down to see his friend clutching at his hand with both of hers, staring up at him with wide, concerned eyes. She makes a soft humming noise, like the distant buzz of flies. The shaking stops. Izuku takes a deep breath, manages a smile, and tries, as surreptitiously as he can, to give her hands a comforting squeeze. It must have been scary for her too, if he suddenly couldn't see her. He glances to the sidelines to find the crowd of ghosts right where they were last, watching and waiting eagerly. None of them have left. But whatever the outcome, he might as well give them something worth seeing. Izuku's fingers curl around the ball, and he remembers how he brought a spark of one for all just to his fingertip. An idea forms in his head, and it might be just crazy enough to work. He can finish the rest of the tests with just 9 fingers, can't he? It's been so long since Nana last walked Yui's halls. The feeling is nostalgic, almost painfully so, and it's this and only this that makes leaving Toshi's side bearable. Ever since the fight with All for One 6 years back, ever since her faithful successor came within a hair's breadth of joining her, Nana has kept as close to Toshi's side as possible. Easy, she needs neither sleep nor food nor rest of any kind, and she has existed for long enough that patience is a trifle. Usually, straying too far from him brings a rising note of panic that can't be calmed by anything but rushing back to his side, checking and double-checking that he hasn't died while her back was turned. He seems so desperately fragile now. He's a grown man, of course, weathered and beaten by years of hero work, but no matter how much time passes, part of her will never see anything but the gawky, bright-eyed teenager he was when she first laid eyes on him. And oh, how he has grown, and gained a student of his own into the bargain. But for now, Yui feels safe. She hasn't felt this calm and at ease since the last time she set foot in her graveyard and looked upon the earth beneath which she was buried. Yui feels like home, and for the first time in many years, Nana feels all right about wandering away from Toshi. There's hardly any danger in him creeping down to watch Aizawa teach his first class of the year. So she drifts through the place on her own, peeking into classrooms and labs, exploring the school where she came into her own. It's different in many ways, and in many others it hasn't changed a bit. She loses track of time, and before she knows it, the day is over and she's ended up circling back to the nurse's office. Hopefully Toshi hasn't left yet, probably not. She can catch up fairly easily if he has. Nana turns to leave, just as the door to the nurse's office opens and shuts. Oh, excuse me, a voice says behind her, but she's too focused to bother eavesdropping on a conversation that has nothing to do with her anyway. Rapid footsteps follow her. Wait. Miss? Excuse me? A child blocks her way, and Nana would skid to a halt if her feet actually touched the ground. It's the little ghost again, the eerie dark-haired girl that follows faithfully in Midoriya Izuku's shadow. She's smiling and it's all teeth. Excuse me, the now familiar voice says once more, and Nana glances back to see what the fuss is all about, and meets Midoriya's eyes dead on. The moment she's looking at him, his face breaks out in a freckled smile. He speaks to her. Hello. Nana shrieks, taking out one of the fluorescent light panels in the ceiling. Without meaning to, she ends up halfway down the hall from him in the blink of an eye. The child ghost laughs, and it sounds like static on a broken television. Sorry. Midoriya jogs to catch up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Are you okay? Ebo, is the first thing Nana Shimura ever says to her successor student. His smile softens, and he checks over both shoulders before addressing her again. I get that a lot. Sorry I didn't talk to you sooner, it's just that the past few months have been really busy and you were always really close to All Might, so it was kind of a mix of me being tired and distracted and just never getting the chance. But I'm glad I caught you now. He holds out his hand. It's nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but I think you know that already. What's your name? Nana gapes at him for another solid 15 seconds before she finds her voice again. It's Shimura. Shimura Nana. What dash? Do you need help with anything? Whatever Nana was expecting him to say, that wasn't it. I'm sorry. Do you need any help? Midoriya repeats, letting his hand drop to his side again. It's fine either way, it's just, I usually just… I mean, do you need me to pass a message? Or find something? Or, are you good? I could really use an explanation actually, Nana says faintly. How? Midoriya opens his mouth to reply, then glances back at the nurse's office. Not here. It's not safe, I don't think. Is it okay if we take this outside? For a moment Nana's about to say yes, absolutely, let's go outside and please explain to me literally everything, but then she remembers the time in her self-imposed duty. You know what, hold that thought, I need to go back to the All Might. And she thinks. How many times has she addressed Toshi by name in the boy's presence? So I need to go, but later, definitely later, we will have a conversation. Of some sort. Sure thing. Midoriya beams at her. Maybe we can talk tomorrow, Miss Shimura? I'll try to stay clear of the nurse's office so we have the chance. Have a good evening, then. And he trots off, pretty as you please, with a stringy-haired ghost girl drifting in his wake. She stares after him, gobsmacked, long after he's left. What the sheet? One comment. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. No one had ever bothered to tell Toshinori that teaching was going to be this complicated. From the receiving end, it all seemed so simple. He went in with an empty head, and his teachers filled it. He got things wrong and they set him right. But being a teacher, as it turns out, is far more complicated than being a pro-hero. The heroes versus villains exercise is, in his humble opinion, a relative success. He's already gotten a handle on his students' various quirks from watching Aizawa's class the previous day, but now he has a better feel for them as potential combatants. There's a world of difference, after all, between seeing them use their quirks to raise their athletic scores, and seeing them use their quirks in a conflict. In spite of the overall success of his first class, he spends most of the day pushing aside the little twist of unease in his gut. The first match bothers him, and continues to do so throughout the day. Young Ida and Uraraka seem to be all right, and their performance was exemplary. But as for the other two, Midoriya spends the rest of class in the nurse's office, and Toshinori catches it from Recovery Girl when he ducks in to check on his student and hide after his time runs out. Why did you let them go so far? She scolds him. It's the second day of school, and this is the third time he's been in here. My apologies, Dash. It's not me you should be apologizing to. Recovery Girl's eyes nearly squint shut, she's glaring at him so hard. What on earth were you thinking? Toshinori's voice trails off, and he turns his head to look at Midoriya. His right arm is a mess, limp and slightly misshapen, dark with bruises where bandages don't cover it. One for All is a miracle of a quirk, but it abuses any wielder who isn't ready for it. For Toshinori, it puts a strain on his wasted form that leaves him retching blood. For Midoriya, one flick breaks his bones. And yes, he had an inkling that it would end this way, when he was observing. But after how the match had started, Toshinori hadn't the heart to force the boy to end it on such a note. I was thinking I'd made a bit of an error, Toshinori says at length. Oh, an error, Recovery Girl says acidly. And when did that occur to you? Before or after he finished things by shattering every bone in his right arm? Shortly after the match started, Toshinori replies. Recovery Girl blinks, and for a moment her anger gives way to surprise. Oh, it's possible that the first mistake I made was assigning those particular teams to oppose each other, he explains. The selection was random and I didn't know, I'd assumed they were friends, after. He shakes his head. Midoriya certainly never said anything. All Might, Recovery Girl says with forced patience. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. It's difficult to explain. The match started not with a punch, but a grab. Bakugo ambushed them. With an explosion, and the second Midoriya was within range, reached out and closed his hand around Midoriya's upper arm. Toshinori expected to see it come to blows. He expected Midoriya to hit back, or worse, for Bakugo to activate his quirk while still holding him. The boy was a bit of a hothead, after all. But the moment Bakugo's hand was on him, Midoriya stopped moving. That wasn't right. Bakugo was strong, certainly, but he was only holding one part of him. Midoriya wasn't trapped, not by a long shot. Toshinori searched the surveillance cameras, hunting for a better angle than the back of his successor's head, but there was none. Dim in it all. If only he could see the boy's face. Thought so. Bakugo's voice was smug when Toshinori heard it over the students' communicators. What's the matter, Deku? I thought you had a quirk now. You still gonna freeze up like a corpse? Uraraka's voice rang out, high and worried. Deku, what's the matter? Her tone turned accusing. What did you do to him? Nothing. Don't need to do anything to him. Too bad you got saddled with him as a partner. What, you didn't know he folds like a wet FING towel every time somebody grabs him? And that's not true, Toshinori thought. He'd taken the boy by the shoulder multiple times. He'd seen the other students do it. He even saw Aizawa trap him just the day before. But never before has he seen young Midoriya simply stop moving. Useless. Deku's a weak nerd, Bakugo added. Always has been. Uraraka saved the day then, by losing her temper and shouting. You leave him alone, you big bully. Midoriya jolted as if jerked awake, twisting out of Bakugo's grip. Not useless. He leaped back in a retreat, yelling at Uraraka to run. Bakugo lunged again, poised to throw a punch. This time, Midoriya was ready. It was all Toshinori could do to keep from cheering when he threw Bakugo over his shoulder. Mustn't play favorites, must remain impartial. And then Uraraka was gone and Izuku was off and running again. You've been lying your butt off this entire time, haven't you? Bakugo shouted after him hoarsely. All this time you've had a quirk, and you've been feeding everyone bullshit. Get back here, Deku. Over the frequency, Toshinori could have sworn he heard a strangled sob. I certainly didn't intend to, but I shouldn't have set them against each other so soon, Toshinori says at length. I don't know details, but they seem to have a bit of a history. I think young Midoriya had to, resolve some things. His brow furrows. Exorcising old ghosts, I suppose. On the cot, Midoriya mutters and stirs, but does not awaken. Well, that's all well and good. Recovery girl harumphs a little. But if he's to be your successor, All Might, then you mustn't indulge him when he puts life and limb on the line so early in his development. Well, he did win, Toshinori points out. Not without destroying half a building and every bone in his arm, she snaps. All Might, you should know better than to let a boy so young into such a dangerous practice fight when he's emotionally vulnerable. If I'd known. You didn't. But it's no excuse not to exercise good judgment. Her glare softens, but only slightly. You're a teacher now, All Might. And in that respect you're as much a raw beginner as he is. You have a responsibility to children, not just yourself or some nebulous ideal of peace. You won't get this done by cracking heads and following your heart. It's time you learn to use some sense, dear. And so, Toshinori gives it a try. His emotions, his impulses, and his gut feelings are pushing him to side with his successor, to a young Bakugo with distrust and suspicion, and get to the bottom of things through Midoriya's side of the story and his side only. But his sense reminds him of the frozen, helpless look on young Bakugo's face after the match ended. His common sense, quiet and meek but irritatingly right, tells him that Bakugo's swollen pride does not call for disdain, but correction. He is a boy like any other. He needs to be helped in his shortcomings, not simply punished for them. He catches up to the boy as Bakugo trudges down the school's front steps, accidentally scaring the life out of him if the boy's yell is any indication. Whoops, better back it up, mustn't scare him off before he's had the chance to say anything. Bakugo, he begins. I'll tell you this once. Self-confidence is indeed a vital thing, and you're not mistaken in thinking you have talent befitting a pro. But from here on out. Bakugo surprises him by rounding on him and yelling back. Well, fat lot of good that did me, right? Toshinori wastes a moment tripping over his train of thought. Air. Oh, wonderful. Sarcasm drips from Bakugo's voice. I have talent. How much talent do I have if Deku read me like a goddamn book and made me look like an idiot in front of the entire class? Who on earth is Deku, is the first thought that comes to mind, before he remembers Bakugo shouting it earlier, and the kanji that spell his successor's given name and oh, well that's not very nice. Come now, does it bother you so much? He asks. It shouldn't, you know. It's your second day, and you have much to learn dash. You don't know him. Bakugo snaps, teeth bared in a grimace. It looks like anger, but that's only a mask and it's a rapidly fraying one. The boy has tasted defeat, and it frightens him. I've known him my entire living life, and he's a weakling. He's always been a weakling. He's never had a quirk, and now suddenly he's dash. His words trail off into noises of incoherent frustration. Understanding dawns then, and he places his hands on his hips. And now suddenly, Toshinori finishes for him. He's beaten you at something. Bakugo's eyes flash. Like it or not, Toshinori says. He's beaten you. You lost today, and unless I miss my guess, you will lose quite a lot by the time you graduate. He must have cheated, Bakugo hissed. He cheated, or he's been tricking me this whole time dash. And if he has, what difference would it make? Toshinori asks. You saw the rest of the matches, same as I did. What do you think of your new classmates, my boy? His student doesn't answer aloud, but he draws his shoulders up and clenches his fists until his quirk pops like a handful of bang snaps. Toshinori can almost hear his jaw creak. After a moment, Bakugo's answer comes out, muffled and tight and addressed toward the ground. Can't beat them. That's because, young Bakugo, you are starting from the bottom, Toshinori informs him. Same as the rest of them. Your pride will get you nowhere. I don't know what anyone else has been telling you, but this is Yui, the alma mater of half the top heroes in the country. You aren't special here. That gets a rise out of him. Well, so what? Bakugo bursts out, and his eyes snap up to Toshinori's face. You haven't seen anything yet? He just beat me once. That's all there is to it. And that ponytail girl and the ice guy, it doesn't matter. I don't care how strong anyone else is, 'cause I'm gonna get stronger. His eyes narrow as they meet Toshinori's. I'm gonna surpass them, and then I'm gonna surpass you too. I'm gonna vault straight over you as the top hero. Toshinori blinks. Heavens, he sure told me. For a moment he hunts for a proper reply, for some pearl of educational wisdom to bestow on the boy, but his mind is blank. In the end, all he can say is, I look forward to it. The conversation ends there, leaving Bakugo to return home and Toshinori to wander back to the teacher's lounge to power down and sift through his thoughts. He's already pushed himself past his limits in order to appear to Bakugo, and he can't risk being seen by his other students in his emaciated state, so he probably won't have time to catch Midoriya for a talk before the boy goes home for the day. Did he do that right? He didn't mess that up, did he? It didn't feel like a screw-up. Time will tell, he decides eventually. He's lit a fire under young Bakugo, that's for sure. He only hopes it was the right thing to do, and that he has the chance to do the same for Midoriya and all the rest of them. What's with you? Aizawa asks as he passes him on the couch. Teaching is hard. Huh. Aizawa laughs, but it doesn't sound like a laugh. Ha. Welcome to hell, number one. You have no one to blame but yourself. Nana is equal parts irritated and impressed. As it happens, Midoriya doesn't quite manage to stay out of that nurse's office. In fact, Nana ends up waiting for him to emerge for the entire day before he finally shows his face in the hallway again. Nice takedown back there, she says, and is a little disappointed when he barely acknowledges her, rather than jumping like she hoped he would. His ever-present ghost girl sidekick must have warned him somehow. Too bad about what you had to do to grab that win, holy sheet, kid, be more careful. You keep throwing one for all around like that and you're gonna turn your skeleton into oatmeal before the year's out. If she speaks to him with a level of gusto, she can hardly be blamed. This is the first time in years that she's been able to be witty in front of a live audience. To her immense disappointment, he continues to barely acknowledge that she's there as he keeps walking. Worried, Nana flits to catch up. Hey, come on now, she says, eyeing the sling that currently graces his arm. I didn't mean anything by it. Kiddo, I didn't just imagine you seeing me yesterday, did I? Oh, sorry. He has the grace to look sheepish, and as he heads back toward his classroom she notices that he's taking the long way back. "You're gonna be late," she points out. "I'm already late," he says, sounding too tired to force cheerfulness into his voice. Ever persistent, Nana ducks around to get a better look at his face. It's blank as an empty chalkboard, but there's a tightness to his jaw that warrants investigation. "What's the matter? It was a tough fight back there, but you still technically won." Glassy green eyes turn to her briefly before returning to the floor ahead of him. "I know. You're dawdling on the way back too. How come?" He mumbles something. "Speak up, kiddo, my ears are way up here." "I don't want to see Bakugo." "The firecracker kid?" "Him." Nana tries to nudge him playfully. "Come on, Midoriya, you've already proven yourself. I mean, sure, it was a rough start. You froze up, it happens. Doesn't mean you didn't flip him like an omelet too." "I don't want to talk to him." This is getting her nowhere. Nana sighs heavily. "Suit yourself, I guess. You still up to talk to me then?" "Oh right." He blinks and perks up again, smiling at her, though she questions how genuine it is. "So, you had questions yesterday?" "I have every question." Nana shakes her head. "First off, how is this even happening? How are we having this conversation? You're alive, I'm dead. But you see me. How? How do you think?" She gives him a sour look. "Sorry, I shouldn't be flippant." Midoriya gingerly adjusts the sling. "Well, short answer is, it's my quirk." The answer doesn't exactly surprise Nana, but it still twists at her gut, or whatever it is ghosts have. "Which you said you didn't have 6 months ago," Nana points out, her tone biting. Her pity and worry are fading fast. Midoriya looks away, then at the floor again. "Yeah." Nana tries to keep her voice even, but she can't quite manage it. She's a little sad, and why wouldn't she be? This kid put on his sad, wobbly eyes and fed Toshi some pile of poor little quirkless bullshit while keeping him in the dark about the truth. Who does he think he is? "You lied to him," she says sharply. "Don't take it personally. I lie to everyone." For a moment Nana's distracted from her line of questions. She's only observed him from afar, but what she's seen of Midoriya has proven him, at least in her eyes, to be, well, not quite sunshine incarnate, but pretty DM close. But right now, he sounds almost, she doesn't want to use the word bitter. It's not cynical either. Acerbic maybe? Dry? Tired? Those dark circles under his eyes certainly haven't budged. Nana sighs, more irritated than angry. "I don't like that you lied to him," she says at length. "But I can sort of understand why, with a power like that." She looks at him again. "Still, I heard everything you said about how much it SCKS being quirkless, and I believe you. So it seems to me like you're missing out on a lot of attention, not shouting a quirk like that from the rooftops." She pretends not to see him tense. "At the very least you'd probably get that bomber kid to shut up a little." No. It's forceful enough that it almost echoes in the hallway, and the poltergeist girl gives a low hiss. "I." Midoriya shakes his head suddenly, as if clearing it. "It's not that I don't want to. I do want to, but I can't. It's not like anyone would believe me anyway. You can't know that dash. Except I can." Midoriya's uninjured hand curls into a fist. "There are these shows, these stupid TV shows. With psychics, you know?" "Oh," Nana says acidly. "Those. Right? I mean, some of it's real. The minor psychic stuff like mind reading is real. Most of it's just people with weaker quirks and a lot of showmanship, and that stuff's fine, it's harmless. But then you have people who say they have a quirk like mine, and, well, they have audiences, but it's mostly just people laughing at them, or at the people who believe them." Midoriya stops and turns to her. "And I've watched them. All of them. Every episode, even the ones in other countries. My mom thinks I'm crazy for liking that junk, but I don't like it, I keep thinking maybe." A flicker of desperate sadness crosses his face and vanishes in the next instant. "But it's never for real. They use Ouija boards and seances and stuff like that, and they're either talking to thin air or the ghosts are laughing at them." He pauses, puddling up, and wipes at his eyes with his good hand. "And I know that if I try to tell anyone, that's what they'll remember. Just, liars on TV. So I can't tell anyone. Not even All Might. He meets her eyes, and whatever disapproval still lingering in her vanishes in the face of how much he's absolutely breaking her heart. He looks impossibly young and small and alone. I'm sorry I lied to him. It feels like cheating having two quirks. Nana tries to hold her stern look for a few more seconds, and finally sighs with a shake of her head. What? Don't worry about having two, she says. God knows you have a lot to worry about, but that's not worth losing sleep over. It's not cheating and you're not the first. She knows she's not imagining the note of relief in the way his shoulders slump. It's pretty useless anyway, he says. I mean, for a licensed hero. All I can do is just see and feel things that can't affect anyone else. It's not like I can fight with it or heal with it. So it's not too much of an advantage. I'm still doing this under my own power. Nana smiles at him with a good old trademark superhero grin, and together they start walking again. That's the spirit. Next question, who's your friend? Midoriya glances at the ghost girl. Oh, her? This is Rei. I mean, I don't know what her real name is, she's never told me, so I just call her Rei and she seems fine with it. The girl beams, as if the nickname is a well-beloved present that she likes to show off. I met her when I was 7. She hid in my closet and tried to scare me, so I shared my toys with her, and we've been friends ever since. I don't know if she has any unfinished business, but she seems like she's fine with just following me around for now. Rei nods vigorously, dark hair spilling over her face. She can come out of TVs like Sadako. I see. One time I was ignoring her so she came out of my 3DS. Neat. Nana clears her throat awkwardly. And last question for now, but you asked me yesterday if I needed help with anything? Midoriya perks up again at that. Yeah. Do you? Nah, not that I can think of, I was just wondering what you meant by that. It's that way for a lot of ghosts, Midoriya explains. Sometimes the only reason why they stay is because they really need to do something that they didn't get to do before they died. Like one last thing they need to tell someone, or they lost something, or there's a problem they know how to fix and they just need an extra set of hands. That's why I always ask whenever I meet a new ghost. Sometimes I can help. Or sometimes they just need someone to talk to who isn't another ghost. Nana stares at him, momentarily speechless. That's an awful lot for such a young kid to be taking on. Yeah, but I can do it. Midoriya shrugs. Maybe I'm the only one who can do it. So I'm going to. And I meet a lot of interesting people, which is nice because I never really had any friends before I came to Yui. I mean, none that were alive, at least. He hesitates, frowning a little. That's one of the reasons I want to be a hero. I help people who are already dead all the time. I'd like to stop someone from dying for a change. Nana watches his face, and can't help but shake her head wonderingly. She laughs a little. What's so funny? I was just thinking. Nana grins. You're one weird kid, but I think Toshi made a good choice with you. Realizing her slip, she looks away and mentally kicks herself. I mean, All Might. Nana keeps looking forward, but she feels the kid's eyes on her. He's a curious one, she realizes with a jolt. A curious kid and an All Might fan, which is not a good combination for a kid who can see and hear her. Sue, you know All Might? Midoriya asks. Nana heaves a sigh. Yes, I do, but I think you already knew that, which makes that question a little redundant, don't you think? Yeah. I'm gonna do something unfair, Nana continues, halting in the hallway to turn and face him. But I need to ask you not to lob questions at me about this. There are things that I don't think he's ready to talk about yet, and I'm a ghost, kid. I'm dead as a doornail, and that means... She has to pause a moment when the words stop coming. That means I'm not in his story anymore. I've kept his secrets because it's been impossible for me to do otherwise, but now that it is possible, I'd still like to keep them. He'll tell you these things when he's ready, I hope, so don't squeeze me for information before then. That's not unfair, Midoriya says. And I won't. I promise. But I will say, I know it must be kind of lonely following him when he can't see you or hear you, so if you ever, I don't know, need someone to talk to? Even if it's just the weather or a joke you heard. I'll totally, it's just an offer. You don't have to. I just thought I'd say. His voice trails off awkwardly. Nana chuckles again, shaking her head. Hell, that's one kind heart you've got, Midoriya. Don't you let anyone beat that out of you, got it? Oh, of course. Well, good talk. I'd better go. See you around, kid. Nana turns to leave. Wait, Miss Shimura? She pauses. Yes. I did have one question and, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Midoriya shifts from foot to foot awkwardly. But, you mentioned one for all, so you must at least know something about it. And I was just wondering if you knew about it before you died? And how much you know about it? Because if the answer's yes, and a lot, then maybe you could, I dunno, give me some tips. He cradles his mangled arm. So this doesn't keep happening. She considers this for a moment. The teacher in her didn't always exist. Toshi put it there, and now Nana can feel it clamoring to get out. The urge to sweep this little guy under her wing and tell him absolutely everything she knows about One for All is strong. I really can't, she says reluctantly. He gives her an utterly crestfallen look. Can't or won't? Shouldn't, she replies. Like I said, there are things I can't talk about without mentioning things that I know Tosh, All Might will tell you when he's ready. Or when you're ready. She gives him a rueful look. I'm dead, kiddo. He's your teacher, not me. What if you're sure? Midoriya's looking at her like he's a puppy that Nana's leaving in a soggy cardboard box on the side of the road. Are you sure you couldn't just, I don't know, give me a hint? Nana closes her eyes and asks someone for patience. She shouldn't do this. She shouldn't usurp a position that isn't hers anymore, a position that she threw away like an idiot. Still, though, puppy eyes were always a weakness of hers, and Midoriya's wielding them with lethal precision. Maybe just a hint? A little nudge? Well, she says at length. I'm not sure if I can tell you about One for All, but I guess I could give you a nudge in the right direction. Gran could help you. She smiles, inwardly congratulating herself. Gran could certainly help him. Midoriya might not enjoy how, but he didn't specify an easy way. Best let the living handle this one. Gran. Midoriya echoes. As in Torino. Old friend of All Might's. Nana winks broadly at him. He's as strong a pro as you could ever ask for, but he's a cagey old dog and hard to find, and he won't lift a finger unless he thinks it's worth it. Then how do I get him to help me? Midoriya presses. I've never even heard of anyone by that name. That's just how he operates. All you need to do is find a way to get his attention. I have a feeling he'll know what's up when he sees it. She taps her chin thoughtfully. Sports festival should do it, so you have some time to find your rhythm. I'm not sure. Midoriya glances down at his mangled arm again. It took me 6 months just to get strong enough to take One for All in the first place. The sports festival dash isn't just about who packs the biggest punch, Nana interrupts, before she can stop herself. Thank your lucky stars it isn't, kid, or else you'd have to sledgehammer yourself all over again just to stand a chance. He winces. Hey, an idiot can fling punches around. And you, little Midoriya, are no idiot. That's debatable, Midoriya says dryly. Is it? I saw the slime monster. That was no lucky shot. You aimed for the eyes, didn't you? You knew exactly what you were doing. Yeah, and a lot of good that did dash. It did exactly what was needed, and exactly what you need now. It grabbed the right person's attention. On an impulse, Nana reaches out to ruffle his hair, and is pleasantly surprised when she's able to do so. Her hand muses up his wild curls. Instead of passing through it like a mirage, and Nana can feel it. And it kept you and your little friend alive long enough for help to come, so that's a plus. Midoriya frowns, looking thoughtful and not necessarily in the good way. Hey, kiddo, any of this getting through? You did ask. Nana tilts her head, regarding the latest vessel for the power that was once her own. He's little, even littler than Toshi was back then. He's shrimpy and weedy and looks like he hasn't had a proper sleep in a week. And yet, there's a spark to him that she can't deny. You're new at this, I know. You're new at being this type of strong. Work on getting used to that, work on getting stronger, but don't forget about what you already had going for you. When he blinks up at her, Nana gives him a meaningful poke to the forehead. Keep exercising that muscle too. Got it? I think so, Midoriya says. I guess I can figure it out. Good. Nana places her hands on her hips. You're still a raw beginner, kiddo. Sometimes, figure it out is the best advice you're gonna get. She winks. See you around. She vanishes then, flitting off to find Toshi. Guilt nudges at the back of her mind. She'd only wanted to give him a hint, and she'd ended up spilling an entire pep talk on him instead. Nana tells herself, firmly, that she can't do that anymore. She has to let Toshi be the teacher, especially since he has no way of knowing she's still around to help. But the kid asked her to her face, and she couldn't say no to that face. But she has to say no. It wouldn't be fair, otherwise. One comment. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. There are few things in this world more awkward than running into your teacher while out doing errands. Toshinori knows this, because he was a teenager once and he knows full well that at that age he would have wished for an invisibility quirk had he ever crossed paths with, say, Gran Torino at the corner store. So he certainly doesn't mean to put young Midoriya on the spot. How was he supposed to know that his student and chosen successor would be spending his first weekend of the school year visiting the same department store Toshinori was? He'd only meant to pick up a few groceries on the basement floor. The prices are good, and the selection is better than what the corner store offers. It's a quick, easy trip. It has to be, for him to pull it off in his true form. People give him a wide berth when they can manage it. Not that it surprises him. Even without the bloody vomit, people tend to be put off by his emaciated appearance. He has the kind of look about him that makes mothers point and whisper to their children about the consequences of not eating your vegetables. The past 6 years have taught him a lot about tuning people out. Still, as he gets in the back of the shortest checkout line, he's not tuning them out enough to miss the familiar mess of green-tinged hair that flashes in the corner of his eye. A few aisles down, young Midoriya is facing forward in his own line and hasn't seen him. Toshinori doesn't have a good view of his face, but he seems to be staring off into space. The boy certainly does that a lot. Should he go up and say hello anyway? Toshinori has been wanting to speak with Midoriya privately ever since the Heroes vs. Villains exercise, but he just hasn't had the chance. Even after 6 months of overseeing his strength training, Toshinori never realized just how slippery the boy is. It just goes to show, the boy never managed to duck out of training simply because he never tried. He was already right where he wanted to be. Would it be strange to approach him now? Toshinori hesitates. The boy has an unfortunate habit of yelling his name on instinct without any regard for witnesses. I'll catch him on the way out, he decides, and the moment the thought has completed in his head, he reaches the front of the line. He's just paid for his things when there's a bit of a commotion at the other line. There's a man trying to pay for groceries, but it looks as if he's having problems communicating with the cashier. The customer gesticulates, seemingly ignoring what the cashier is trying to say, or misunderstanding him, or Toshinori can't tell from the distance. As he steps out of the way of the next customer, he watches and wonders what the matter is. And then Midoriya is there, pushing his way to the front of the line. He approaches cautiously, waving for the troubled customer's attention. As Toshinori watches, Midoriya waits until the man is looking at him and makes a series of gestures with his hands. The relief on the customer's face is palpable. He gestures back, and it becomes a silent conversation between the two of them. Midoriya turns, says something to the cashier, signs something to the man, and it goes back and forth between the three of them, with Midoriya mediating the whole conversation. Toshinori thought the boy was done with surprising him, but it seems that Midoriya has a few left in him. The customer finishes his transaction and makes another series of emphatic hand signs that Toshinori can only assume are profuse thanks. Midoriya makes his replies and turns to get back in line, but the next customer grins and motions at him to go first. Toshinori sees his student flush with pleasure as he complies. He doesn't have much to buy, and seems eager to duck bashfully away from the cashier's gratitude. He makes his way through, and when he looks up, he meets Toshinori's eyes. Toshinori braces himself for the possibility of a shouted greeting, but to his relief Midoriya seems to GG himself at the last minute. Rather than calling to him, the boy presses his mouth closed and approaches him with a shy wave. Was that sign language? Toshinori asks once he's within earshot. Oh, you saw that? I did. Yeah, it was Midoriya shrugs. He was deaf and he was having trouble talking to the cashier, so yeah. What are you doing here? He blinks, then splutters and backtracks a bit. I mean, not that you don't have as much of a right to be here as anybody else. I mean, it's a public place and a nice store, and I didn't mean, I'm just surprised to see you and dash. Calm down, my boy. Toshinori claps him lightly on the shoulder. A happy accident, that's all. I'm just here for grocery shopping. And you? Oh, my mom sent me. Midoriya holds up his bag. We needed a new set of dish towels. I, also have to go up to the roof too. Toshinori tilts his head. To the restaurants? Pet supply store, Midoriya says. I, need cat food. In that case, would you mind terribly, my boy, if I accompanied you? What? I mean, not at all. Sure. Midoriya turns and waits for Toshinori to fall in step with him, and the two of them head toward the elevators. If you don't mind my asking, Toshinori says. Where did you learn sign language? Oh, it's just something. I picked it up as a kid. Midoriya's voice trails off uneasily, and he doesn't offer anything more. Ah. It sounds like half an answer, if that. Perhaps it will take a bit of coaxing to get the rest of it out of him. Well, I suppose we all have to have our hobbies. I do a little gardening from time to time. Midoriya looks up at him, shock stamped across his face. Really? You? Don't look so surprised, my boy, Toshinori chuckles. He pauses, tilting his head thoughtfully. For heroes, it's good to have things like that. Parts of our lives that have nothing to do with the work. We'd burn out, otherwise. Some take up handicrafts, or learn languages for the fun of it. For me, it's flowers in window boxes, fresh basil in a pot, that sort of thing. Takes my mind off things. Smiling can't solve everything after all. Midoriya makes a noise to indicate that he's listening, but beyond that he's quiet. He twists the handles of his plastic bag, and finally speaks up again. Is that really something all heroes do? Of course. Present Mike has his radio show. Aizawa fosters shelter cats. Though, you didn't hear that from me. That gets a laugh out of Midoriya, and some of the nervous tension in his shoulders seems to loosen. Well, there was... He chews his lip, hunting for the right words. I went through this weird phase when I was 7 where I didn't want to talk. I was really shy and stuff, so, anyway, my mom didn't want to push me to talk if I didn't want to, so she got some books on sign language and we learned together. He perks up a little. It's still really useful, like if we're somewhere loud, or if we split up at the supermarket. It beats yelling at each other from across the distance. They reach the elevators, and Toshinori presses the button pointing up. Midoriya almost trips as he stops. He bounces a little on the ball of his feet and twists the bag handles again. He begins. I can meet you up there? I'm gonna take the stairs. To the roof. Well, yeah. Midoriya grins. Can't skip leg day, right? Toshinori blinks, then has another chuckle. You really are obsessive. The elevator door opens, but Toshinori ignores it and turns toward the door to the stairwell instead. Let's get a move on then. Oh, are you sure you? Midoriya trots to catch up to him. Don't you worry about me. Once the door is closed behind them, Toshinori activates his quirk. I haven't engaged in any heroics today. Plenty of time on the clock. Oh, good. Midoriya sounds relieved. Actually, it's fortunate that I've run into you, Toshinori says. 1 for all makes 9 flights of stairs a cinch. I was hoping to have a word with you. Okay, Midoriya says a little cautiously. What about? The exercise on the second day of school, Toshinori answers. I was a little concerned, to be honest. Really? Caution has turned to outright nervousness. How come? Toshinori considers beating around the bush a bit more and coaxing it out of him, but they only have so much empty stairwell. I noticed you froze up at the beginning, he says. He hopes he doesn't sound too critical, wouldn't want to shame the boy into silence. Oh. Midoriya looks at the wall as they climb the steps. That. Also, in case you weren't aware, I could hear what you all were saying, Toshinori adds. While I knew that you and young Bakugo were acquainted, I didn't know that you had that sort of history. Yeah, that's all it is, Midoriya stammers. It's history. New school, new beginning, new people. It's fine, it's just… I got an earful from Recovery Girl while you were asleep, Toshinori admits. This time Midoriya turns to him, eyes wide. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to dash. Not your fault, my boy, Toshinori assures him. It really is mine, and she was right. I should have ended that match before you had the chance to injure yourself like that. Midoriya makes a non-committal noise and turns his attention to the floor again. The reason why I didn't was that, well, you seemed like you had something to prove, Toshinori goes on. Oh, Midoriya says. He's been saying that a lot. Did you? Did I what? Did you prove it? Toshinori asks. Did you manage to get your point across? Maybe. Midoriya shrugs. I don't know. Think I did. Or I just made him even madder. I can't, he sighs, looking frustrated. It's not something I can fix. And if I can't do it in one day. There's just too much that went wrong. Would you, or that is? Toshinori mentally kicks himself for stumbling over his words. Would you like to talk about it, or? Not really. Fair enough. He's not sure whether to be disappointed to be brushed off, or worried by how uncomfortable young Midoriya seems. Just know that if you do, I'm willing to listen. So, sign language, huh? Izuku doesn't reply out loud, but he nods, and Miss Shimura lets out a thoughtful huh. Might try to learn myself then, she says. It'd make it easier for you to talk to me without giving yourself away. I can be quiet, he murmurs, moving his mouth as little as possible. He traces his finger over the stacked cans of cat food until he finds the right brand. All Might, once more in his true form, is currently distracted by the rabbits. Rei's sticking close to Izuku's side, still eyeing Miss Shimura with wary tolerance. Good for you. So, how are things? Well. Izuku puts a package of cans into his basket. I've been trying to figure out one for all, like you said. I've been practicing calling it up, and I can do it without any trouble. But I can't use it for anything. Haven't tried. He shoots her a quick glance. You're sure there's nothing you can tell me that might help? It's not my place, kid, Miss Shimura tells him softly. I'm asking you though. I'm making it your place. A sigh. Look, kiddo, I just can't. It wouldn't be fair. Before Izuku can ask her what she means by that, she adds, I mean your actual teacher's standing right there, you know. I can't get it when I ask him, Izuku murmurs. He's so good at it that he doesn't even have to try. It just doesn't come to me like it does for him. A colorful feathered cat toy catches his eye, and Izuku takes it off the rack and makes his way to the cash register. Not your fault, kiddo, Miss Shimura assures him. You're learning. So's he. Izuku glances at All Might, frowning. All Might, learning? He knows, logically, that All Might must have been a student at some point. But that was long past, and injured or not, he's the top hero and far and away more powerful than all the others. The thought of him needing to learn anything seems almost absurd. Even old dogs can learn new tricks, Miss Shimura says, as if reading his mind. I think you two have a lot to teach other. I thought you said he wasn't old, Izuku whispers, and smiles when it brings a chuckle out of her. The second week of school rolls around. Ida and Yaoyorozu, newly instated as class representatives, waver from time to time in their duties, but Ida especially is taking to it like a duck to water. Privately, Izuku is pleased. As much as he would have liked the position himself, he's sure Ida will do a better job than he could have. For one thing, Ida isn't nearly as easily distracted as he is. Ida doesn't idly watch the walls when he ought to be paying attention in class. Ida doesn't mutter things to himself that have nothing to do with the math problems on the board. Ida doesn't stare off into space and grin and laugh under his breath about jokes he remembers. Of course, Izuku doesn't do these things either. And it's not totally his fault that everyone else thinks he does. Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya. It's not that Izuku doesn't like Kirishima. Kirishima's one of the nicest people he knows, probably. he's either secretly mean or a saint, seeing as he actually seems to want to be around Bakugo for no other reason than just because. But Rei is neck and neck with another ghost that hangs around the classroom, in a contest to see who can make the most grotesque face, and Izuku can't tear his eyes away from the spectacle. It's only when Kirishima playfully swats the back of his head with a workbook from Cementas's modern literature class that he remembers where he is. Jarred out of his reverie, Izuku finally manages to look away with a vague blink. Huh. Oh, thank God, I thought we lost you there. Kirishima grins. Did you fall asleep with your eyes open or something? No. Just people watching. Izuku sneaks another look at the ghosts. Narita, the ghost that's challenging Rei, takes a turn and manages to make his facial features drip and melt like candle wax. Rei cackles and copies him. A few other ghosts are gathered around spectating and laugh when Narita follows it up by twisting his head to a grotesque angle and gurgling a scream. Seriously? Kirishima asks. It's a legitimate pastime. He's done with most of his schoolwork. Aizawa has given them an hour of study hall while he discusses things with some of the other faculty, and he's been cagey about what's scheduled for the week. Izuku's willing to bet it's something big. Kirishima scratches the side of his head. Well, yeah, but don't you usually do that in public with strangers? One of the ghosts watching Narita and Rei's antics leaves off chuckling to vomit at least a lungful of water on the floor. Rei's shriek of discordant laughter makes one of the fluorescent lights flicker. That I can make do, Izuku says. You must be so bored, dude. It's not so bad. The contest seems to have reached a draw. Rei would probably win with some of the faces she makes when Bakugo wanders too close, but Izuku guesses that she's having too much fun right now to get that serious. Narita catches him looking and gives him a little wave. Izuku doesn't wave back, but quirks a small smile at him. To tell the truth, Izuku's a little curious about Narita. Most ghosts at Yui just pass through, glance in to ease the humdrum of everyday afterlife, and move out again, but Narita has been here since the first day of school. Izuku remembers seeing him spectating at the Quirk apprehension test, and he's seen him almost every day since. He's not the only ghost that Izuku has seen hanging around the classroom. Mrs. Kitayama pops in from time to time, dripping water on the floor that no one else sees, but he is the one Izuku has seen most often. It's hard to miss him. Narita's younger than most ghosts that Izuku sees. He looks like a third year in high school at the very oldest. And besides that, he's one of those ghosts that don't feel the need to change their appearance. The bullet-sized hole in the side of his head is just as visible now as it probably was the day it killed him. Lunch rolls around eventually, and Izuku's still watching Narita horse around in the classroom. He isn't worried about Narita's presence at all. Narita's one of the most harmless, good-natured ghosts he's ever seen. He's just curious about what his story is. But there's never a good time for a conversation, and Narita doesn't know sign language like Rei does. He's a quick study though. Out in the hallway, Narita's the one who approaches Izuku. Hey, come this way, he says, drifting ahead. You want to talk, right? I can see it in your eyes. Izuku nods. Come on then. This place has a bunch of spots people don't pass by too often. I figure you'd want that. Izuku smiles gratefully and follows the ghost, with the ever-present Rei tagging along close behind. Narita takes them on a winding path through the hallways, until they come to a halt at a quiet, out-of-the-way nook. Rei breaks away from his side to wander off and have a look at the colorful posters and notices on the bulletin boards. I don't need anything, if that's what you're about to ask, Narita says. Izuku blinks in surprise, and Narita shrugs and grins. Some of the other ghosts were saying you asked that. I'm good though. I don't need your help. I'm glad, Izuku says. I guess. I'm just curious. Were you a Yui student? Narita snorts. Me? My quirk let me unspoil food. Which was great for, keeping the fridge fresh. Not so great for hero work. Oh. Izuku tilts his head, regarding Narita curiously. What's so special about this school that makes you stay then? It's not the school. Narita shakes his head. I'm not even here all the time. Just when Eraserhead is. Aizawa? Izuku blinks. Of all the answers he could have expected, this wasn't one of them. Did you know him when you were alive? Nope. Never even met him. Hell, he's super underground and he hates getting hounded by the media. I'd never even heard of him. Narita taps his temple, where the small round hole still oozes blood. See this? Not a bullet hole. Got dragged into an alley when I was walking home from school. Nasty BSRD had these long claw things, could drill right through your skull with him. Narita shudders, and for the first time since Izuku has met him, his easygoing demeanor falters. Dude had serious problems. That was how he got his kicks. That must have been awful, Izuku says, because there's really nothing you can say to that isn't either insulting or a pointless platitude, and the latter is usually preferable. Wasn't my best Wednesday night, I'll tell you that much. Narita shrugs. So I was following this guy around for a while after that, trying to haunt the shit out of him. Wasn't working, but it meant I was there when Eraserhead took him down. Easily the most badass thing I'd ever seen. I wish I'd still had my phone. So, you follow Aizawa-sensei because he took down the man who killed you? That's part of it. Narita's smile goes soft. See that night? The guy was going after my sister. Izuku can't stop the little intake of breath. Yeah. I was. Narita bites his lip. I was pretty sure for a while that she was gonna join me, you know? But then Eraserhead came out of nowhere and kicked the shit out of him. And I mean he curb-stomped that BSRD. His shoulders roll in a shrug. And then he hung him from a fire escape by his unmentionables, and talked Cannon through a panic attack till the police got there. He was out the second she'd calmed down and the paramedics had her. She was too out of it to thank him. She still regrets that, I think. Another shrug. So, I figure I've got nothing better to do, right? If I stick around, I'll have a better chance to do it for her. I mean, he saves so many people and takes down so many villains he probably doesn't even remember it, but still. It'd make me feel better. Sure you don't want me to pass it on for you? Izuku offers. Thanks me and Mrs. Kitayama want to do it ourselves, right Mrs. Kitayama? Narita's blank white eyes look past Izuku suddenly, and he turns his head to find the ever-saturated Mrs. Kitayama drifting in behind him. Oh, goodness, are we talking about Mr. Eraserhead? You want to thank him too? Izuku says. Well, yes, sort of. It's a little different from Narita. I actually did meet him, somewhat. She frowns and twiddles her fingers, looking faintly uncomfortable. Oh, I think he saw me die. Izuku's heart sinks. My car was in the water. Some villain was attacking and destroyed a bridge that I was driving across. He dove after us just as the car filled with water, but my seatbelt jammed and, well, he tried his best. I know he did. Mrs. Kitayama's shoulders slump, but then she squares them again. But my son was in the back seat. He was just about to turn 5 the day the car went under. This year he started middle school, and it's thanks to Mr. Eraserhead that he gets to do that. But he couldn't save both of us, poor man, and I think it affected him at the time. Wow. Izuku's chest feels full of something. It's a feeling that he can't quite put a name to. Admiration? Sympathy? Maybe some combination of the three? Plus he's super underground, right? Narita says. So he always takes off before anyone can get in a thank you. So people like us, we might as well wait for our chance, you know? I don't know for sure if it's something he needs, or even something he wants, Mrs. Kitayama says. But before I go, I'd like to let him know that it's all right with me what happened. So even if he isn't well known, he'll at least know he was appreciated. When his time comes, Narita adds. For a moment an image flashes across Izuku's mind of Aizawa-sensei, his teacher who very nearly expelled him on the first day, standing before him pale and washed out, his eyes blank and white instead of bloodshot red. Izuku shuts his eyes and shakes his head to clear away the picture. It's gonna happen sometime, Narita reminds him. Hopefully not for a long time, but it's gonna happen. Everybody dies, kid. Yeah. Izuku takes a deep breath, hoping to quell the churning in his stomach. I know. It was nice talking to you too. Thanks. Whatever for? Mrs. Kitayama asks. I'm just glad to know my teacher is that kind of person. Izuku smiles past the knot of hurt that often forms in his chest when ghosts tell him stories. I'm glad he's the kind of person that makes ghosts want to wait for him just to say thank you. Ah, get out of here. Narita brushes him off cheerfully. Before you rot my non-existent ghost teeth with that sap. Grinning, Izuku complies. Rei trails in his wake, leaving him to wrestle with the sudden, unwanted image of Aizawa as one of his ghosts. It's not a pleasant thought. On the walk to the cafeteria, Izuku thinks of the image, forcing it in front of his mind's eye until it dulls the sting and he can finally brush it aside. Aizawa's a pro, anyway. If he's been underground and successful for his whole career, then obviously he's strong and he's clever, and Izuku's just as lucky to be learning from him as he is to be learning from All Might. Aizawa doesn't need Izuku worrying about him. Besides, tomorrow is Wednesday and there's something big and exciting planned. If rumors are true, it might even be a field trip. One comment. Chapter 7. If Izuku had thought he could get away with it, he would have done a little dance of excitement. Only the second week of school, and already they're going on a field trip. His first field trip at UE, and something tells him it will be different from the field trips he took throughout elementary and middle school. For one thing, they're only going as far as an off-campus school facility. For another, he's here to learn more hero skills instead of take a tour of the city or learn about history. And for a third, he has actual friends now, so his chances of getting ditched in a bathroom while his group sneaks off to laugh about it with the rest of the class are considerably smaller. His costume is still in tatters after the battle exercise, so Izuku gets into his gym uniform and dons his gloves, belt, and the new mouth guard he bought to replace the previous one. Rei whisks around him, admiring the odds and ends, and he holds out his hand and lets her inspect one of the gloves. Inwardly, he's nearly vibrating with excitement. For the first time, they'll be taught jointly today by All Might and Aizawa. It's always a joy learning from All Might, and even Aizawa seems pretty okay with him ever since he narrowly avoided disaster on the first day of school. The thought is encouraging. After talking to Narita and Mrs. Kitayama yesterday, Izuku knows with little doubt that Aizawa's approval is something to strive for. He makes his way outside, chatting with Uraraka. A chilly breath of air passes him by, and a familiar figure falls in step with him. Morning, half pint. Izuku blinks up at Ms. Shimura briefly. She's here, but All Might isn't. It's not as rare to see that when they're at UE, but it's still odd. She must recognize the confusion on his face, because she shrugs and gives him a rueful look. All Might's gonna have to sit this one out. He ended up, running a few too many errands this morning. His 3 hours are pretty much up, and it looks like Nedza's gonna make sure he stays in the teacher's lounge instead of running off into more trouble. And I swear, that guy could talk villains to an early grave if he put his mind to it, so. She quirks a half smile at him. I think he's got his babysitter for the day, so I might as well tag along. I'm curious, you know? Izuku gives an almost imperceptible nod, but he can't help pulling a long face at the news. He'd really been looking forward to this joint class too. Deku. Uraraka's voice pulls his attention back to his living friend. Something wrong? You kind of spaced out there. She follows the direction of his previous gaze, and stares straight at Ms. Shimura without seeing her. I'm fine. I thought I saw a bird or something. She takes him at his word. Of course she does. She has no reason to believe that he would lie to her over something so small. Less than a year ago, Izuku would have been overjoyed to be so easily believed, but now all he can feel is a sharp pang of guilt. For whatever reason, Uraraka trusts him unconditionally. She takes for granted that Izuku is worth trusting, that everything he says to her is true. It makes her so much easier to lie to than his bullying classmates throughout junior high. Izuku has never felt so desperately uncomfortable with deceiving someone before. Maybe it's just because no one ever made it so easy by being his friend. Under Ida's maximum efficiency guidance, the class files onto the bus. Izuku passes close to Aizawa on his way in, and tries not to wince when Rei growls and tries to bite him when they get too close. Narita glares at her from where he stands at Aizawa's flank, but she ignores him. Wow, Miss Shimura says dryly. Your little friend there really knows how to hold a grudge. Izuku dawdles while stepping onto the bus, mouth barely moving as he murmurs back. Still hasn't forgiven him for the first day. Did you say something, Deku? Uraraka looks over her shoulder. Just talking to myself. He lies again. Before he has the chance to feel bad about it again, Kirishima gives his shoulder a friendly thump, and they get settled in their seats. That's our Midoriya? Kirishima laughs. I bet your hero name'll be the Mumbler. Izuku flushes red when the others laugh, but it's not shame or hurt this time. They aren't laughing at his expense, or to look down on him, and Kirishima's teasing comment wasn't an insult, it was an honest-to-goodness joke. They're laughing with him, and Kirishima just called him our Midoriya. Like he's honestly one of them. It's a lot to take in. Everything here is backwards, he thinks. His classmates laugh with him, include him, talk to him, and treat him like someone worth befriending. Less than a week ago, when he ended up with 3 votes in the class rep election, they even seemed genuinely happy for him. And now Kirishima's pulling him into a conversation, complimenting his quirk, and beaming when Izuku returns the favor, like Izuku's opinion is something that matters to him. They like him. It's like they've mistaken him for someone cool. Bakugo's personality is pretty terrible. Tsuyu pipes up in the middle of a conversation. I can't see him getting popular. Bakugo explodes, literally what? The others have a chuckle at his expense. And now, the one getting teased and mocked is Bakugo. This is so weird, he mutters to Rei, who looks like she's having way too much fun watching. What's weird? Tsuyu asks. Luckily, she keeps her voice down, and Bakugo's ranting is loud enough to keep anyone else from hearing their conversation. Bakugo, Izuku murmurs back. Bakugo's getting bullied, and it's weird. It's all in fun, she says. It's Bakugo, and that means Izuku has a few mental blocks about feeling sorry for him, but Tsuyu's specific words still turn his stomach, if only because he's heard them before, back when he was the one getting bullied. Is it? Sure. Tsuyu tilts her head. We're not trying to put him down. He just makes it easy to rile him up. See? He's not hurt or anything. And it's true, he's not. It's hard to imagine Bakugo with hurt feelings. And everyone else seems to think so, too. What they're doing isn't mean-spirited or cruel, the way it was for Izuku. Even when an eloquent, verbose comparison between Bakugo and CRP steeped in sewage rolls effortlessly off of Kaminari's tongue, Izuku understands with a jolt that they aren't doing it to be mean. It's friendly teasing, Tsuyu says. Oh. Izuku watches as Bakugo pouts, and glares daggers at Kirishima when he tries to reach over and pat him on the shoulder. I didn't know you could do that. He's not sure if Tsuyu hears him. Ms. Shimura does, if the odd look she sends his way is any indication. She doesn't question him, and neither does Tsuyu. No, Izuku thinks as he sits on a bus, surrounded by living, breathing friends. This field trip is nothing like the ones he took in middle school. Definitely nothing like them, he thinks as he tries not to work himself into an excited panic over meeting the space hero 13. Nothing like them, he thinks as he and his classmates gasp in awe and excitement over the unforeseen simulation joint facility. Nothing like them, he thinks as a black hole opens in the middle of the air, and spirits howl and scream as they pour through. Izuku takes a step back, and Rei presses close and opens her jaws wide. Beside them, Ms. Shimura steps in front of Izuku, placing herself between him and the oncoming wave of ghosts. What the hell? The howling mass pours forth from the black hole, scattering as they sob and shriek and wail. Izuku looks to his friends. They're all staring curiously in the direction of the black hole, and only the black hole. No one looks afraid or alarmed, just curious. The dead fly over their heads, and their howls form words. They're coming. Run. Run or you're all dead. Oh God, there are children here. Get out of here. Run. They can't hear us. Without thinking, Izuku steps forward. What's going on? He calls, trying to get the attention of at least one of them. He tries to take another step toward the portal and its ghosts, but a firm hand in front of his chest stops him. Rei lets out a growl. Aizawa has moved forward, placing himself between the students and the black hole. 13 is doing the same. Aizawa speaks then, his voice almost lost beneath the cacophony of the dead. Villains, he says simply, And a moment later Izuku sees them emerge. They're very much alive, formed into loose, disorganized ranks, and they're stepping through the black hole like something out of a nightmare. 13 and Eraserhead, a voice booms. That's odd. The schedule we received told us that 13 and All Might were supposed to be teaching this class. Where is he? The unfamiliar voice cuts through the din so cleanly that for a moment Izuku is sure it can only be another ghost. But no, Izuku sees the ghosts turning, hears their voices quieting. They are all looking in the same direction at the same person. A man stands at the back of the villains, shoulders hunched, hands hanging loosely at his sides. At least, the hands that belong to him. There are many more pairs of hands, disembodied and pale, hanging from him as if part of a grotesque costume. On his arms, his ribs, around his neck as if strangling him. One hand covers his face like a mask. I went through all the trouble of bringing them, the man with severed hands says. And he's not even here. Where is All Might? They said he would be here. His head tilts to the side. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids? A sharp intake of breath turns Izuku's head, and his blood runs cold. Miss Shimura was standing beside him before, but now she floats several meters back, standing stock still as if she's seen a ghost. Her eyes are still blank and white, but the outline of her form wavers, and her face is a mask of frozen horror. Her lips part and her voice is so small. No. She's shaking from head to toe. No, he can't have. Izuku edges closer to her, zeroing in on her so that all other voices fade into the background. Miss Shimura? He says under his breath. Her hand moves to cover her mouth, and she doesn't answer. Everyone get back to the bus, Aizawa says. The scarf ripples around him as he walks forward. He reaches for the goggles hanging around his neck. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. If the sensors are out, then they may have someone with a radio jamming quirk. Oh man, Narita murmurs, his voice tight with excitement. You're gonna see him cut loose now. This is gonna be so cool. He's outnumbered, Izuku says under his breath. His style is ambushing, erasing, and then capturing, not fighting a crowd by himself. With the ghost's screams burning in his ears, he misjudges how quietly he speaks. Aizawa glances over his shoulder and briefly meets his eyes. Back to the bus, Midoriya, he says, and slips the goggles into place. But dash. Without a backward glance, Aizawa launches himself off the top of the steps. Narita follows close behind, whooping in excitement. Izuku can only watch, frozen where he is, until Ida shouts at him to flee with the rest of the class. Miss Shimura is still standing at the edge of the steps, motionless as she watches the scene below. She only moves when Rei flies in her face, screaming and dragging at her until she lets herself be pulled along. They almost make it to the doors. Rei shrieks as the same darkness that formed the black hole suddenly appears in their midst. It's not just a black hole or moving shadows. It's a man made of darkness, with only a pair of glowing eyes and the vague impression of clothing to prove that he's a person at all. A warp quirk, some tiny little voice says in the back of Izuku's mind. That's rare. The students are in a flurry of frantic energy. Most of them stay dutifully behind 13. Others are frozen either in fear or confusion as the man made of darkness blocks the way and menaces them. The Villain Alliance, he calls this group. Their purpose is to find All Might and kill him. Ignoring their teacher's warnings, Bakugo and Kirishima charge forward to fight back. Izuku is too distracted to try to stop them or join them. Miss Shimura is in a panic. She flickers and flits about, as if she can barely keep herself together. Rei lets go of him to chase after her and try to corral her. Miss Shimura, he whisper shouts. His classmates are too distracted to notice or hear him, and he's too alarmed to care. Miss Shimura, please. What's wrong? Do you know what's going on? Let go, she says, because Rei has her arms wrapped around her waist to keep her from blinking in and out of view. Her face is tight. I need to go. I need to. She stops short, casting a glance toward the fight in the center of the facility. Izuku follows her gaze. His classmates are distracted, fighting off panic or focusing on the warp gates forming around them. They need to escape. Who are they? He asks. Do you know them? A strangled sob cuts off whatever answer she might have given him. Izuku feels his heart clench in his chest. I have to go, she tells him. I have to find Toshi. Her wide, blank eyes turn to him, boring into him as tears gather. I'll bring him. He'll help. But you said, and Aizawa and 13, they were signaling each other. He's out of time. An explosion, one of Bakugo's, shakes the facility and sends up a cloud of thick smoke, and Izuku flinches and speaks through the ringing in his ears. And he can't even see you anyway. I know. But I have to try. I can't let him. She breaks off, pressing the heels of her hands to her eyes before the tears can spill over. After a moment she lowers them and turns to Izuku, pale with desperate fear. She cups the side of his face with a hand that feels like ice. He tries not to shiver at her touch. Miss Shimura, he whispers. She rushes forward into an even colder hug. Her whisper brushes by his ear, so softly that he shouldn't be able to hear it, but he does. Don't die, little one. Don't let them kill you. The breath catches in his throat. I won't, he whispers back. I have too much to do. And then she's gone, and the darkness surrounds him like a blinding fog. He runs, but the ground no longer feels solid, and he barely makes it back to the light when he sinks into the pool of darkness with a cry of alarm. More ice-cold hands clutch at his, and he looks up to see Rei's face twisting and contorting with fear that borders on savagery. She clutches him so tightly that it hurts, but her form is weak and the pull of the warp gate is so much stronger. Rei, his hands slip from hers. The last thing he sees before the warp swallows him whole is his friend's nightmare of a face, jaws opening wide to give vent to her fury. Little brother is afraid. I know this because I see it in his eyes, and I hear it in his breath, and I smell it on him. He is rank with it. That's not good. Little brother is never afraid, not unless the bully comes too close to him. He wasn't even afraid of me when I first found him back when he was still little, even littler than me. He's not so little now, but he is still my little brother because I will protect him, I will watch him, and if anything tries to hurt him I will tear it to shreds and break it to pieces because he is mine. But he is afraid now, and I am also afraid, because the darkness is here and it's not my darkness, it's not the same, it's someone else's. It belongs to someone who wants to hurt him and I won't let them, IWONTLETTHM. But it is too fast, and I am dead and I have been dead for so long, and I cannot remember being anything else. I cannot touch this dark, I cannot stop it as it surrounds little brother and he starts to fall. I catch his hand in both of mine, and I scream and I want to cry and he looks at me with big eyes and he is AFRAID. The darkness takes him. It takes him and swallows him whole and he is gone, and I cannot find him in the dark. There are many people here, big people, living people, surrounded by those who are dead. They are killers, they spread death and death follows them. They came and brought dead things with them, and they brought the darkness that stole him away. They took him. They took little brother, they hurt him, they took him away, and it's not fair and they aren't allowed to take what isn't theirs. He is mine. I found him. I picked him. He talks to me and he gave me a name and he isn't yours, he's mine, G-I-V-H-I-M-B-C-K. G-I-V-H-I-M-B-C-K-O-R-Y-O-U-L-B-song. H-I-S-N-O-T-Y-O-U-R-S-T. H-E-I-S-M-N-M-Y-L-I-T-T-L-E-B-R-O-N-Y-F-R-N-D. Nida. Izuku would probably be dead without Azui, either drowned or bitten and left to bleed out in the water. But his classmate's powerful kick sends the shark-faced villain flying underwater. Before her tongue wraps around his chest, she tows him back to the surface. Coughing and spluttering, Izuku scrambles to be more helpful than a dead weight as Azui lifts both him and a dripping Mineta to the momentary safety of the boat. The first thing he hears when his ears are cleared of water is the screaming. He can't even discern the voice that's responsible, because it doesn't sound like a voice at all. There is an almost physical weight to the noise, and it keeps him crouched low to the deck of the boat, clenching his teeth as it rings painfully in his skull. Is this someone's quirk? Does one of the villains have a vocal power the way Present Mike does? Tears gather in his eyes as his head aches, but thankfully he's too soaking wet for anyone to notice. Hey, Mineta says, prodding at him worriedly. Midoriya, you're not hurt, are you? What's the matter? Do we know who's doing all the screaming? He manages to gasp out. How can they stand it? Azui doesn't even seem bothered by the noise at all. Mineta pps his head, confused. What's screaming? Closer to the railing, Azui tilts her head this way and that. I think I hear it a little. You must have really good ears, Midoriya. She croaks worriedly. It might be some of our classmates. That villain had warp powers. He must have scattered us all over the facility. I hope they're all right. Izuku forces himself to his feet, swaying a little as the painful noise pervades his bones and vibrates the very marrow at their core. Azui and Mineta are talking to each other, unaffected. They don't hear it, he realizes dimly. And that can only mean one thing. Whoever is doing it is dead. He makes it to the railing and leans there, focusing his eyes on the scene around them. The warp villain has dropped them in the flood simulation zone. All around, the water surface ripples as various aquatic villains close in on the boat. And beyond that, toward the central plaza of the facility. Bile rises in his throat, and his breath hitches. Ray. Across the water, in the distance, there is another black hole, far different and far more familiar than the warp villain's portals. At least the warp gates had some semblance of order and control. This darkness lashes and roils, shifting and heaving like it's alive. Like it's angry. Her threat displays whenever Bakugo comes near cannot compare to this. Her temper tantrum after Aizawa erased his quirk cannot come close. He's seen this before. Perhaps not at this scale, but he's seen it. Ray is angry. She is terrified. And if he doesn't get to her, she might get angry and terrified enough to hurt someone. Mineta, he hears Tsuyu say. Don't you think, if they put together this whole plan to kill All Might, then it's probably because they have a way to do it? Kill All Might. Why would they do that? Because he's the number one? Is it for renown? Or is it to get rid of the main deterrent against crime? Ray's screams reach a fever pitch and he shakes himself. There's no time to worry about that anyway. Besides, they're out to kill the man that Izuku has looked up to since before he could read, the very man who gave him his one chance to achieve his lifelong dream. The why doesn't matter. We have to get over there, he says, gripping the railing until his knuckles are white. We have to help them. He glares fiercely at his classmates. And if they want to kill All Might, then we have to do everything we can to make sure they fail. Azui, Tsuyu, rather, balks, and Mineta panics, but Izuku's mind is more than made up. In his mind, he's already on the other side of the water, finding Ray in the midst of all that darkness, calming her and bringing her back. She's afraid. She needs him. She needs to know he's okay. Their only advantage is surprise, and what they can assume is a lack of knowledge on the part of the villains. It will have to be enough. The three of them compare quirks, Izuku fighting to block out Ray's cries so that he can hear them. He eyes the villains, and the beginnings of a strategy knit themselves together in his head. In a matter of moments, he throws a plan together. He'll have to sacrifice a couple of fingers. There's no getting around that. But it's only 2 fingers. He's seen ghosts with missing limbs, half-severed heads and slashed throats. He can make it through this with only 8. He launches himself from the boat, and with one flick he shatters the bones in his thumb and 3rd finger, and sends a shock wave of force straight at the surface of the water. The villains go tumbling helplessly as the water surface rapidly spreads apart from the point of impact. Those that aren't knocked out by the initial strike are left flailing in the current and fighting just to keep their heads above the water. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he yells for his classmates. Tsuyu performs a spectacular leap and catches him around the waist with her tongue. Hanging from her arms, Mineta screams in fear and defiance and hurls Sticky Ball into the water until blood runs down his face. The water converges again, bringing villains and sticky orbs with it. In a matter of moments, the menacing force is trapped in a struggling pile, stuck fast to each other as they bob in the still heaving water. Tsuyu carries them clear of the villains. They hit the surface at a safe distance and swim the rest of the way to shore. So what do we do? Tsuyu asks as they approach the edge of the water. I mean, Midoriya, we're just students. What can we do against all these villains? Whatever we can, Izuku says distractedly. Look, you don't have to come with me, there's just something I need to do. You're crazy, Mineta mutters, clinging to Tsuyu with a bit more enthusiasm than their current situation really warrants. Tsuyu hesitates. She doesn't quite frown, her mouth isn't really shaped for frowning. But her brow furrows thoughtfully. I'll come with you, she says. You're the one with the plan, Midoriya. Izuku bites his lip. He doesn't have much of a plan now. He's surrounded by armed villains and screaming, howling ghosts. The presence of the latter pounds a single cold, hard fact into him. These aren't just criminals he's dealing with. These are killers, cutthroats, and murderers all. They're here to kill All Might, they're here to kill his classmates if it means drawing All Might out, and if Izuku is too slow, too weak, or too hesitant, then they'll kill him too. He'd rather not die today, if he can avoid it. Ms. Shimura asked him not to, and besides, he has far too much to do. I don't have a plan, he says. You got us out of that, Tsuyu points out, jerking her head back at the ruined boat in the shipwreck zone. Rei's screaming presses against his brain, squeezing the heart in his chest. The darkness lashes. He can't see where she is, and he can barely see the fighting that's still going on among all these villains. He looks back and meets Tsuyu's eyes, stares at her long and hard until she blinks first. Tsuyu, he says quietly, so quietly that he can barely hear his own voice over his friend's hideous cries. Don't follow me. Turning, Izuku runs straight toward the battling villains, straight into the thrashing darkness that only he can see. One comment. Chapter 8. Izuku knows he must look strange if Tsuyu and Mineta are watching him run. He zigzags instead of running in a straight line, weaving his way through the crowd of wailing dead. It's not as if he can help it. He doesn't just see and hear ghosts, he feels them too, and that means he can't simply walk straight through them the way everyone else can. As he darts toward the central plaza, he can't help but notice that the ghosts are moving in the opposite direction that he is. They cast fearful glances back at the thrashing darkness that marks where Rei is. She frightens them, they're all dead and murdered, and she frightens them. It's a jolt when he sees a familiar face among the pale, bloodied, washed-out figures. Narita meets him before he can quite reach the plaza. His form is wavering, blinking in and out of view in the way that ghosts do when they're agitated. Izuku skids to a halt, and Narita nearly crashes into him. Cold, dead hands grip his shoulders, chilling him through the fabric of his gym uniform. Make her stop. Blood runs freely down his face, pouring from the wound in his head. Even without visible eyes, he looks desperate. Please, Midoriya, you've got to make her stop, I can't reach her and she's so angry. Rei's screaming leaps in pitch, and he flinches as if it's a physical blow. And it's hurting him. What? Izuku's breath catches in his chest. Other ghosts are staring, astonished. None of them realize that he can see them, and now here he is getting gripped and shaken by one of their own. Erase her head. The deathly cold grip tightens. She's crazy enough that he's feeling it, and it's throwing him off. I've never seen him flinch this much in a fight, and he stumbles every time she touches him. Blood runs into his eyes, turning his glare red. Make her stop, Midoriya. Make her stop or he's going to join us and I won't forgive you for bringing her to him. Where is she? Izuku asks, heart pounding in his chest. I'll get her out, I promise. She's just scared. She thinks I'm in trouble. Tell me where she is. Is she moving around a lot? No. Narita turns, letting go of him to point. There, she's on the side of the fight, where that pile of downed villains are. She's been tearing at them this whole time. She only moves if the fight gets close enough. I don't think she even knows what she's doing at this point. Izuku squints, but he can't see her. Where the darkness is thickest, Narita says. That's where she'll be. And Izuku sees it. He doesn't see Rei, but he does see what Narita is saying. Luck is with him. The epicenter of Rei's black hole isn't in the thick of the fighting. It's going to be dangerous, and it's going to be stupid, and two of his fingers are limp and useless, but if he skirts around the battle and doesn't screw up, he can do it. He can reach her. No, what are you? Are you crazy? Another ghost, a middle-aged man with his head hanging at an odd angle. Don't send him in there. He turns to Izuku. Haven't you been paying attention? They'll kill you. Shut up. Narita snaps. He's the only one that can get that poltergeist out. Aver. I won't die, Izuku whispers, half to himself. He can't stand here much longer, he's out in the open, and if he lingers then some villain is bound to take advantage of an easy target. I can do this. I won't die. I won't die. Who are you talking to? Izuku jumps, whipping around to see Tsuyu standing behind him. Mineta is nowhere to be seen. Where's? He ran toward the entrance, she says. It's for the best, he can't run as fast on his own, and if I'm going to follow you, I can't have him hanging off of me. She turns her head, scanning the scene beyond him. I don't know what you're trying to do, Midoriya, she says. But if we stay out here much longer, they'll see us. I told you not to follow me, he almost hisses. It isn't just nobility driving him to say that, though his main fear is that he'll lead her into injury and mortal danger. But a smaller fear is that she'll see him talk to ghosts, or otherwise act in ways that he won't be able to explain. Well, I didn't listen, she says. So what's your plan? I'm not going to get in Aizawa's way, Izuku says. I'm just going to see if there's anything I can do to lighten his load. It's not a lie what he tells her. That is very much what he's going to do. Listen, I'm aiming for the other side of the plaza. There's some serious stuff going on at the entrance still, so we can't go that way. But if we find a quieter place to catch our breath, then so much the better, right? Are you trying to help Aizawa-sensei, or get somewhere safe? Tsuyu asks. Both. If you have to follow me, then meet me there, okay? He doesn't wait for an answer. If she's determined to follow him, then there's no way he can convince her not to. Izuku turns wide, gives Aizawa's battle a generous berth, and runs like he has never run before. More than anything, he wants to call out to Rei, to let her know as soon as possible that he's alive and almost unhurt. But if he does, then the villains will hear him, and he won't be alive for very long after that. Something is very, very wrong. Aizawa Shoyuda has been acutely aware of this ever since the DMED warping villains scattered his students across the USJ facility. Instincts scream at him to help them, to gather them up and get them to safety, but he cannot follow those feelings even though he wants to. He's surrounded, hemmed in, and outnumbered. All he's capable of right now is subduing as many villains as possible, and keeping the bulk of the fighting and the strongest members of their forces here in the plaza, instead of running off into the facility to go after the students. His students. At first, he had mistaken it for simple alarm, the natural dread that he should feel when seeing the children under his charge in danger. But even now, as the battle goes on and adrenaline rushes through his veins, the fear does not fade as it normally does. As it always does. If anything, it escalates with every passing minute. The feeling chokes him, squeezing the very heart in his chest until he's sure his pulse will stop altogether. His reaction time suffers for it. He has narrowly missed death more individual times in this single fight than he has in his past year of hero work. And every now and then, chills grip him, the feeling of someone walking over his grave. If they are sudden enough, then they force him to blink, and his quirk erasing hold fails on whatever villain he looks at. He's disoriented, bleeding, and unable to breathe properly. He leaps back and takes a deep breath to try to calm himself and get his rampaging terror under control. The breath makes noise, a quiet inward wheeze as he forces air into his lungs. This isn't right. No, this isn't right, he realizes. This fear isn't natural. It doesn't feel the way he knows his fear ought to feel. It feels more like someone has plunged deep into his brain, shredded apart consciousness and subconscious, and slammed their fist down on the button marked terror. An emotion-enhancing quirk? He's heard of those. They tend to go hand in hand with standard empathy. He switches his gaze from one villain to another, trying to find who is responsible, but the gut-churning terror that grips him refuses to fade. He looks to the ringleader, the pale one in black, whose face is masked by a severed hand. That one has yet to reveal his quirk. Perhaps it's him? No. But who else could it be? Is there another villain on the sidelines, sabotaging him from a safe distance? He looks. He does not find a villain, but he catches a glimpse of movement. Quick, almost unnoticeable movement. The fear within him wrenches at his insides, That's Midoriya Izuku, the boy he almost failed on the first day, skirting the edge of the fighting like a fool. What does he think he's doing? Shoyuta makes sure to keep his face turned away from Midoriya as he fights. If the boy is going to be an idiot, then Shoyuta can't afford to give away his presence by looking at him. He tracks Midoriya's progress from the corner of his eye. To his credit, the boy is fast, and he's using what little cover there is to his advantage. If Shoyuta weren't occupied by being hopelessly outnumbered and artificially scared out of his wits, he might even spare a moment for approval. He settles for relief. It cushions him against the fear, somewhat. Midoriya ducks out of his line of vision then, and Shoyuta is too busy dodging a flurry of blows from another villain to keep watching. His scarf wraps around his attacker, and he flings the villain straight into the path of another in mid-pounce. With a meaty thud, they both go down, and Shoyuta is reeling with terror again, and all at once, the stranglehold around his heart falls away. Shoyuta can breathe again, and does so with enough quiet desperation to leave him nearly gasping. Before he can stop himself, he looks back to find Midoriya not far off, running full pelt away from a group of unconscious villains left in a heap after Shoyuta had subdued them, toward the beginning of the fight. He could kick himself in irritation. He hadn't thought to look for the culprit among the villains he had already defeated. One of them must have recovered enough to sabotage him from the sidelines. The lot of them are still lying motionless on the ground, with Midoriya racing away, holding his arm out oddly. His student looks back and meets his eyes for only a moment. From the distance, and through his eye-concealing goggles, Shoyuta catches the flash of desperate hope in his student's eyes. He's not sure what Midoriya has done. By the time the day is over, he won't have the chance to wonder or to scold the boy for his recklessness. But at least, in this moment, he can spare a moment of gratitude before he turns back to the villains, and finds the ringleader charging at him to attack for the first time. Izuku's heart is in his throat as he tears past the battlefield, plunging in and out of the blackness. He sees the darkest point just ahead, hovering in the midst of a heap of unconscious, motionless villains. Other villains battle around him, from the low-level thugs to the hulking, muscular brute with dark blue skin and unblinking eyes. Ray's darkness lashes at him, chilling him to the bone marrow, but he keeps his feet moving and hurls himself straight into where the shadows are thickest. He feels her more than he sees her, a floating cold spot in the heart of the black hole. Izuku reaches out, and his fingers brush something that burns like dry ice. He wraps his arms around a familiar small form, and when he breaks through the other side of the darkness, he takes her with him. She struggles in his arms, clawing at him, lashing out with pure rage. "Ray," he whispers. "Ray, it's me." He looks back. The blackness is already scattering, giving him a better view of the battle. He searches it briefly, and finds Aizawa looking in his direction. With the goggles, it's impossible to tell if he's looking at Izuku. Izuku skids to a halt some distance from the edge of the fighting, nearly losing his balance. He falls to a kneeling position, clutching Ray with both arms to make sure she doesn't get loose and go back to her raging. She's still struggling. Izuku crouches low and clings to her. "Ray, stop," he whispers. "It's okay. It's me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that." The struggles weaken, and she finally goes limp and cold in his arms. When he feels small, frigid hands clutching at his arm, he finally looks down at her. Black eyes stare back, wide and terrible with fear. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "It's okay. It's gonna be okay, I promise." She twists around in his arms and hugs him, burying her face into his chest. The screaming has finally stopped. His friend is silent. "Midoriya." He looks up to find Tsuyu catching up, keeping low to the ground as she darts along. "Tsuyu, are you okay?" Tsuyu whispers, dropping down beside him. "There's some scant cover here, but not much." "Fine," he says tightly. He watches the fight. To anyone who doesn't see what he does, Aizawa seems to have gained his second wind. He doesn't stumble or pause as he fights, and Ray's darkness has vanished so that Izuku can clearly see the whole scene. Narita is back, watching the fight and following Aizawa's every move. For the first time, Izuku feels the knot in his chest loosen as he just dares to hope. I think it's going to be okay. We have a chance now. And then across the way, the man who wears severed hands reaches out and catches Aizawa's elbow before it can strike him. As Izuku watches, aghast, the black sleeve of Aizawa's costume crumbles, and the arm beneath it begins to crumble as well before Aizawa breaks free. Rei, raising her head to watch, lets out a low hiss. What kind of quirk is that? Tsuyu whispers, horrified. Izuku hushes her. It's not over yet, he murmurs desperately. It's not over, he's just hurt, he can still. He doesn't see the hulking Dark One move until it's already on top of Aizawa. It's fast, far faster than a person that size has any right to be. Their teacher turns to look at it, and has to bend his head back just to look at the face, the misshapen, deformed mess of a face, with its exposed brain and rolling, unblinking eyes. The brute brings its upraised hand down, and the fight is over before Izuku can blink. Before his eyes, Aizawa's shattered goggles go flying, and his teacher's blood spatters the ground. The tide has turned so quickly that Izuku feels sick with vertigo, and he can only watch in helpless horror as his teacher takes the most brutal beating that Izuku has ever witnessed. A strangled noise escapes him. He doesn't think, his mind is burned blank with panic. All he sees is Tsuyu horrified beside him, Narita screaming his head off as he hurls his intangible form at the monster, Aizawa limp and broken on the ground, Aizawa pale and washed out and bloodied, standing before him with blank white eyes, just one more ghost for Izuku to talk to. Even when the beating stops, it doesn't, not really. The monster, Numu, Izuku hears the pale villain call it Numu, pins him down, breaking and crushing his arms until Aizawa cries out with pain. Narita's scream joins it. He moves, because in that moment rushing into certain death is less terrifying to him than cowering and doing nothing as another ghost is made in front of him. His body moves and he doesn't think. With Rei following at his side, he ignores his classmates' warnings and runs. He makes no sound. The lower-level thugs are either out of commission or watching the beating. The Numu is busy with Aizawa, and the pale villain's back is to him. Rei is with him, and she is eager. She wants to hurt them, she wants to terrify them, she wants to make them pay, and the power of her fervor gives him speed. Izuku's hand curls into a fist, and he calls on one for all as he lunges at the pale villain's unprotected back. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei, he thinks. It looks like I'm going to have to cripple myself this time. He doesn't want to watch Aizawa become a ghost. He doesn't want him to talk to Narita and Mrs. Kitayama yet. He wants Aizawa to make them wait longer, as long as possible. It can't be his time yet, it can't. He pulls his arm back, rippling with one for all. He may break his bones again, but if he can take out the leader in the process, then it will be worth it. At the last moment, the pale villain turns to face him, eyes sparking with a wild, joyful light. At precisely the same moment, Tsuyu's tongue wraps around his chest with a wet smack and yanks him back out of the villain's reach, just as one of his pale, bloodless hands lashes out at him. Izuku loses his hold on one for all, and the sparking energy dissipates. Oh! The pale villain's voice trembles with glee. What's this? Did you want to join him? Rei shrieks, and her rage seeps into Izuku's skin. He forces himself blank, just to keep from spitting with fury. Tsuyu drags him farther back, away from the man who wears severed hands. Her tongue releases him, and she dashes forward to catch his arm and drag him back with her full weight. Sorry, Midoriya, she murmurs. But if I let you get yourself killed, I couldn't forgive myself. Izuku clenches his teeth until his jaw creaks. He looks from the pale villain to where Narita huddles by Aizawa's prone form, and his eyes burn. You shouldn't have. Narita's blood-stained face turns to Izuku, and his jaws open wide to scream again. Run! This time it's Izuku who catches Tsuyu by the arm and drags her back until she starts running too. Narita's warning only offers them a split-second's head start, and it's not enough. The pale villain is already upon them. A grating scream drives like nails into his skull as Rei throws herself between them. But the villain's hand plunges straight through her, and Izuku can barely get his arms up to shield himself from the villain's quirk. One of the villain's hands closes around his wrist. The other catches Tsuyu by the back of her neck. Rei howls, finger claws dragging at the villain's hidden face. Izuku stares, transfixed, and waits for the pain to come. It doesn't. They wait on bated breath, frozen with fear, the villain unreadable as he watches their skin fail to crumble and flake off like old paint. The villain seems to sigh. He says, and his grip loosens as he looks over his shoulder. Izuku follows his gaze, all the way back to where Aizawa lies broken on the ground, head raised, eyes glowing red and suffused with blood as he keeps them fixed on the pale villain. That was pretty cool, Eraserhead. The Numu smashes Aizawa's head into the concrete with a sickening thud. Blood spreads across the ground, and Aizawa never makes a sound. The pale villain's grip has loosened, enough for them to break free before his quirk can reactivate. They only have a few seconds before he notices and attacks again, but for Izuku, those moments stretch to a miniature eternity. He doesn't look at Tsuyu, tense with fear beside him. He doesn't even look at the pale villain, dressed in black and draped in severed hands. He looks past him, to where his teacher lies still and silent on the ground. To where, slowly, a form flickers into view, transparent, weak, and wavering, like an image with bad reception, beside the body and the Numu and the silent Narita. Aizawa stands next to his own body, pale, ragged, and blood-streaked, his form faded and transparent but very much visible. A scream fills Izuku from toe to tip, threatening to rip itself free, but he keeps his mouth pressed shut, and instead it floods through his veins like pounding adrenaline. He tears his eyes from the apparition and turns them to the villain who caused it, and he has never, ever wished to make a ghost before, but in this moment he understands why some people do. Darkness gathers not far from where they stand, and Rei shrieks in fury as the warp villain appears in their midst. The pale villain straightens up at the sight of him. "Kurogyri," he says. "Did you kill 13? The distance is not great enough to keep Izuku from hearing the villain's cold, rumbling voice. "No, Shigaraki Tamura," he says. "I put 13 out of commission, but one of the students escaped the facility." The glowing eyes narrow. "Once he's out of range of our signal jammer, he'll soon be able to call the school for help." The hope rises in Izuku's chest, but he stamps on it viciously. No, he already made the mistake of getting hopeful before. He won't make it again. As he watches, the pale ringleader flies into a quiet rage, clawing at the sides of his neck where the disembodied's hands don't cover. He mutters half to himself, snarling threats at his comrade, and Izuku can hear the way the villain's voice hitches and cracks. And then, as suddenly as it started, the tirade stops. Slowly his hands sink to his sides, leaving angry red scratches on his own neck. "It's no use," he says calmly, as if he wasn't ranting and spitting just seconds ago. "We can't fight dozens of pros. So it's game over for now." "Yes." His hands shake and flex at his sides. "Let's go home. But first." He looks back at them, fingers curling as if he imagines wringing their necks, and Izuku feels his mingled terror and rage rising within him as he takes in the pale, bloodless villain. It fills him from his stomach to his heart to his lungs, drowning him. The villain steps up to him again, fingers twitching eagerly, and the thoughts flee from Izuku's head. And so, with no thoughts to distract him, it's the force of habit and pure instinct that makes him breathe in and out, again and again until the storm ebbs and flows away again. Slowly, as he watches the villain's hidden face, pale, washed out, not so different from a ghost, the flood drains away on its own and leaves a silent fog of blank numbness in its wake. Rei's distorted form rides within his line of vision, as she snarls like a beast that crawled from the depths of some dark pit. A stone's throw away, Narita stands with Aizawa's spirit, both of them faded and bloodied. As Izuku watches, Narita's pale hand, solid in his vision, reaches out to Aizawa's translucent figure and passes through it in the same way the living pass through the dead. The same way Izuku cannot. What enters his mind then is not hope, but merely an idea, neither happy nor sad, that clears his head. What he sees of Aizawa is different from what he's seen of other ghosts. His ghost is nearly but not quite there. Perhaps that means he is nearly but not quite dead. All around the facility, the dead pass through. Broken, mangled, with no bodies to breathe and no hearts to beat, they wail and weep and follow their murderers and wait, always patient, for their time of reckoning. Izuku lifts his eyes to the villains, and breathes out again. My friends are scarier than you. Comment. One comment. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. He's free. The crushing weight of the Numu is gone, and Shoyuta is free and the pain is gone and his head is clear but for the roaring in his ears, and he's not sure how this happened but he can't afford to care. He broke eye contact. That villain, the one with the disintegrating touch, Midoriya was there, and Azuitiu, they were there, right there, and the villain was on top of them and he broke eye contact. His eyes clear. He's looking at the villain's back, just across the way. The pale man hasn't moved from where he was before, standing over the kids. They're children, they're his kids, his students, and Shoyuta moves before he can properly think. He reaches them far more swiftly than he has ever moved before. He blinks, he just blinks and he's there, and yells at them to run. He can still move, he can still fight, he can still protect them until he can't move or fight anymore. Not one head turns to look at him. The villain ignores him, still talking to the one with the warp quirk. Shoyuta stands between the man and his students in far too little space, and no one backs away. He looks over his shoulder and finds Azui speechless with horror as she stares not at him but through him, while Midoriya's eyes are glassy and blank as if he feels too much for any of it to show. Hey, you need to cool it before you go crazy. He doesn't hear anyone come up, he just hears the voice. A young voice, belonging to another kid, but this is not a face he recognizes. This one is older than his students, pale and blood-streaked with wide eyes. Wide, blank, dead white eyes. Shoyuta blinks, and finally he looks and he sees. The facility is crowded with people. Pale, spectral figures, too many to count. The closest one is a little girl, dark-haired and dressed in white. She watches him silently, one among countless others. Most of them mangled, disfigured, and crying out as the villains ignore them. No, that isn't right. They don't ignore them. They just don't see them at all. Shoyuta looks down, and sees the ground through his own hands. No, he whispers. No. Hey! It's the boy again, the one who bleeds from a hole in his head, and that's familiar. He recognizes that, he knows what it means but the memory is just beyond his reach, and watches him in quiet awe and horror. Look, you need to calm down, it's not? But Shoyuta stops listening, because that's when he looks back the way he had come, back to where the Numu still crouches as it keeps guard over. Holds down. He throws a punch at the man standing before him, vicious in his desperation, and the blow passes through him as if Shuta's fist is made of fog. He spits a curse that none of them can hear. Eraserhead. The boy he doesn't know tries to catch hold of him to stop him, but he can't touch Shoyuta either. Look, you're not. If it helps, I don't think you're totally dead, just, almost. It doesn't matter. Shuta's words are nearly a snarl, and they sound far away even to his own ears. I can't just lie down and let them do this. You don't have a choice. If we had a choice, I'd stop them from doing this to you. I'm sorry. The boy meets his fury and frustration with sadness and pity, and Shoyuta doesn't need pity, he doesn't want pity. Something warm curls against his wrist. It's only because he feels something warm that he realizes with a jolt that he feels nothing when he is like this. No pain, no temperature, not even the ground that should be beneath his feet. He feels nothing, and that is why he notices when he feels something warm. He looks back. Midoriya stares straight ahead as his fingers curl around Shuta's wrist, not quite touching him. He can't touch him, but trying. Approximating. His student's voice is so quiet that he barely hears the words. It's okay. Midoriya's eyes are wide and unblinking as he whispers. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears gather in his eyes. It's going to be okay. Nobody has to die here. Midoriya raises his wet, shining eyes, and meets Shuta's. What was that? The sound of the villain's voice curls in the air like oily smoke. Nobody has to die? His voice shakes with held-back laughter. Well, that's not really up to you, is it? Midoriya doesn't take his eyes away from Shuta's face, but when he speaks again, his voice rings cold and clear. I wasn't talking to you. Shoyuta doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't understand any of this. None of it makes sense to him, except the fact that his student is mouthing off to a villain instead of running away, and that's going to get him killed. What are you doing? Shoyuta hisses. He tries to shove Midoriya away, but it's no use. Get out of here and run. They wouldn't get far, the young ghost tells him. That one's fast and that one warps. They'd be caught in seconds. Shoyuta looks sharply at him, and the boy shrugs. I'm just saying. Behind him the villain speaks again, voice dripping with quiet menace. What did you just say? Midoriya's eyes shift then, moving from Shuta's face to the villain standing behind him. I said, Midoriya answers patiently. I wasn't talking to you. His head tilts to one side, blinking slowly as he considers the pale villain before him. But since you're asking, would you like to talk? Midoriya, what are you doing? Shoyuta would drag him away if he could, by the hair if need be, but his reaching hands pass through his student uselessly. Midoriya doesn't react beyond briefly closing his eyes. Run, you idiot! There's a hiss not unlike radio static, and the little girl in white rushes at him with a face that drips and melts into a snarl. He pulls back on instinct, and Midoriya stands before the villain unobstructed. Midoriya's eyes briefly meet his, then flicker past him to look at the villain once more. Shoyuta has never felt so helpless in his life. The man who wears severed hands stares back. His eyes glitter through the cracks in the fingers. If you're going to kill him, then do it quickly, the warp villain rumbles urgently. Shigaraki? Midoriya says. Is that what he called you? There's no reply. Sorry to interrupt, I was just wondering. Does this mean you're still going to leave? For all the tension and terror that Shoyuta feels sharply, he still has just enough room to approve of the sheer force of Midoriya's composure. It's impressive, given the circumstances, eerie, but impressive. And yet, that very same composure gives him pause, because it doesn't belong on that face. It shouldn't belong. Where is the boy who stammers and shakes in the face of a challenge? Where is the boy who rallies with a determined smile? Midoriya isn't smiling right now. He isn't anything. His face is as blank as a doll's. Maybe. The villain lifts one of his own hands again. Not that you'll be alive to see it. Oh. Midoriya doesn't step back, but he does lean back, pressing into Azui and pushing her further away from the villain before him as well. You're still going to kill us too? He asks so bluntly, so casually, as if the thought of death doesn't make him panic. It simply makes him cold. Wouldn't that be nice? Shigaraki's eyes shine with excitement. If we can't kill All Might here, then we may as well hurt his pride instead. The hand covers most of his face, but Shoyuta can practically hear the grin. Oh, well, if that's what you want to do, Midoriya says. Shoyuta sees the way he eyes Shigaraki's lethal hands. I think you've already done it, plenty. And I don't know what your plan is, but so far it seems pretty effective. This gives the villain pause. He PPS his head, almost bird-like in his curiosity. Oh! Shigaraki Tamura, the warp villain growls. Why are you wasting time speaking with this child? Well, yes, Midoriya replies, ignoring him. He speaks slowly, unhurriedly, as if they're chatting out on the street. I mean, you don't really need to kill us if you want to hurt All Might's pride. I think you already did that just breaking in here at all. His eyes flicker briefly to Shoyuta again. One eye twitches, but it's not a twitch, it's a wink on the side that Shigaraki can't see as well. And I don't know if you know this, but Aizawa-sensei and All Might don't really like each other very much. So it's already going to hurt his pride that Eraserhead did all the work and gets all the glory for fighting you by himself. That's a lie, Shoyuta knows. All Might isn't that petty. And someone who admires him as much as Midoriya does would dim well know that he isn't that petty. He sees Midoriya's throat bob a little as he swallows. And that All Might didn't even show up when you beat him up. He's not going to be very proud about that. Oh! There's an excited tremble in Shigaraki's voice. He's buying it, he's actually listening. I didn't know that. I didn't think of that. That's very interesting. What was your name? Oh, I'm just some guy, Midoriya says. So, I don't think anyone's going to think less of you if you leave now. You've already done a lot, breaking in here and beating Eraserhead, so it's pretty impressive. Except what? Shigaraki leans closer. Shoyuta can smell the chemical preservatives keeping the severed hands from decomposing, and judging by the way Midoriya's nose wrinkles, so can he. The villain's fingers dance closer to Midoriya's face, not quite touching him, just reminding him. Midoriya blinks, but not much else. Do go on. You're a bold, funny little thing, aren't you? Can you really kill All Might? Midoriya asks, his voice blandly curious. He's the strongest, you know. I don't know if anyone can kill him. He's stalling, the young ghost whispers, as if there's any chance of the villains overhearing. The ghost's voice trembles with excitement. Holy shit, he's buying time, FANG go for it, Midoriya. Be careful. Shoyuta keeps his voice soft too. If he startles Midoriya, then Midoriya might startle the villains, or otherwise lose this tenuous hold he has over Shigaraki. It is fragile. The entire situation is fragile, and if his student isn't careful then he's going to get all of them killed. The villain's voice trembles with amusement at Midoriya's question. Wouldn't you like to know? Shigaraki. The warp villain warns, and is ignored. So you must have something big planned, if you're here to kill All Might, Midoriya says. His voice sounds alien to Shuta's ears, far away and unnaturally steady. You must have something big up your sleeve, something you know will kill him. Otherwise you wouldn't have gone to all this trouble, right? You got so far, and you beat Aizawa-sensei and 13, so you must be smart. Shigaraki. The warp villain snaps. Shut up, Kurogyri, Shigaraki spits back petulantly. He's going to die anyway. You are, he adds with a glance at Izuku. And we can kill the symbol of peace. And even if we don't, how much will it hurt him to find children dead when he gets here? Maybe we can still wait for him. It would be nice after we came all this way. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Midoriya says. You know you can kill him. Just like you knew he would be here. Midoriya tilts his head to the side again, and that's when Shoyuta sees his student go for the throat. Except he isn't, is he? Shigaraki goes still. You didn't know that All Might wouldn't be here, Midoriya says. You didn't know that Eraserhead would. You didn't even know what all our quirks were. And at that moment, Midoriya finally smiles at Shigaraki Tamura. Imagine what else you don't know, Mr. Shigaraki. It's not a confident smirk, or a happy grin. It's just a bland, vague smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes because they're too busy playing host to a storm of fear and cold rage. Shoyuta can see it as clearly as if it's written on them, and it's so alien on a kind face like Midoriya's that Shoyuta can imagine chills running up his own spine. There's a tremor in the villain's hand, still half raised to touch Midoriya and turn him to dust. I think, Midoriya says, that you were right the first time. You've gotten so far, and done so well up to now, and everyone's going to be very impressed. So, why risk that? His smile stretches wider. Imagine how cool it would be if you just, after you came in here and did all this, if you just vanished without a trace, before anyone even got here to stop you. Right? That would be pretty cool. Shigaraki doesn't reply out loud, but he does make an eager little noise. He's like a child, Shoyuta thinks. Easily distracted. Easily flattered. Easily taken in. And from the looks of it, Midoriya has noticed this. It's as close to a weak spot as he's going to get, and Midoriya is digging his nails in for all he's worth. Shigaraki, the warp villain says sharply. Stop listening to this child. If you're going to kill him, do it. Shut up, Kurogyri. Shigaraki almost whines. I'm thinking. The brat with the speed quirk already went for help. The warp villain, Kurogyri, warns him. Relief finds its way into Shuta's mind. So Ida, at least, is safe. Help is on the way. We're running out of time. None of the pro heroes teaching at UA have speed quirks, Shigaraki says petulantly. Unless they do, Midoriya chips in. You should listen to him. It's a mistake. Shigaraki rounds on him in a fit of unpredictable temper, hand poised to reach for him again. Don't tell me what to do, he snarls. The explosion toward the entrance galvanizes Midoriya into action before Shoyuta even knows what's caused it. His student springs back, out of Shigaraki's reach, and catches Tsuyu by the arm to drag her along with him. They don't need to go far. Shigaraki isn't pursuing them. He's too busy whirling around to see what all the commotion is. The Numu leaves Shuta's body on the ground and moves to flank him. The dust settles, and All Might steps into the facility, his voice booming out so that it reaches almost every corner. "It's all right now," he says, and Shoyuta is close enough to hear the strangled almost sob of relief from Midoriya. "Do you know why?" His teeth are showing, stark white from beneath his lips. But he isn't smiling. There's a woman at his side, grim and silent. It's not Midnight. It's not anyone that Shoyuta recognizes. Her skin is pale and her eyes are blank and white, another ghost. "Because I am here." Shoyuta is watching what happens next, and yet he sees almost nothing. In the space of a blink, villains go flying before All Might reappears by his body. Another instant, and Shoyuta feels himself be violently jerked to the side by some invisible force. When he gets his bearings, they're halfway across the plaza from where they were before. All of them, Midoriya, Azui, and All Might, who lays his body down with a gentleness that Shoyuta grudgingly appreciates. The dead boy reappears next to him, grinning. "Wow. For a second there I thought he'd lassoed you or something. You must really still be alive if you're tied to your body like that." Shoyuta only half hears him, too caught up in his own relief. "About time someone got here," he mutters. "Give him a break," the ghostly woman at All Might's side snaps. The principal held him up. "I had to short-circuit half the lights in the room and knock tea all over the carpet just to give him the chance to slip off." Shoyuta sees the grin spread across Midoriya's face, sees the boy look straight at the woman and see her. "Thank you," his student mouths silently. Midoriya can see them. There's no getting around that. The dead are everywhere, and Midoriya can see them. "Midoriya, Azui," All Might says quietly. "Head to the entrance. Take Aizawa with you, I leave him to you." It's uncomfortably strange, being talked about like he isn't there. "I'm right here," Shoyuta says. "They can't see you," the dead boy reminds him. "They didn't kill him?" Azui whispers. Her eyes are fixed on his body, wide with horror. Midoriya locks eyes with Shoyuta again. The boy's stare sharpens, considering him, searching his face. Shoyuta can only look back, helplessly lost, before Midoriya turns back to Azui. "No," he tells her. "He's still alive." "Hurry," All Might urges. They rush to obey, and Shoyuta would spare a moment to be touched if the situation weren't so dire. And it is dire, though the students don't know it. He and 13 had signaled each other before. All Might has spent his time limit already. He must be running on fumes and a prayer at this point. Midoriya and Azui heave his unconscious form off of the ground, while the dead boy hovers anxiously and the little girl darts around them unseen, gathering up the bloodied, trailing scarf to keep it from getting underfoot and tripping them. It is then that Midoriya hesitates and looks back. "All Might," he says. "There's something funny about the big one, Numa. And you." He's oddly solemn, Shoyuta thinks. For a boy who so obviously hero worships All Might, he look almost unhappy to see him. Midoriya shoots a furtive glance toward Azui, before his throat bobs and he speaks again. "Is there time?" He knows, Shoyuta realizes with a jolt. Young Midoriya. All Might turns to face him, and the smile is back in place. At his side, the ghost woman's pale face mirrors it. "It's going to be all right. Now please, get him to safety." Midoriya knows about the time limit. He knows, and All Might knows that he knows, and what does this mean? Tsuyu is staring at him. Izuku can feel the full weight of her attention pressing on his mind. He isn't looking directly at her, but he can feel her wide eyes boring into him all the same, watching him as if she expects him to sprout fangs and shoot poison. And why wouldn't she, after what she just saw him do? Most people wouldn't talk that way to a villain. Most people would scream, would run, would shout and curse and threaten and spit defiance. Most people trembled before men who wore severed hands like trophies and crumbled flesh with a touch. But Tsuyu has seen him look such a man in the eye, and talk to him like an acquaintance. She has seen him flatter and tease and lie with a smile on his face, not half a minute after seeing the villain stand by and laugh while his minion beat their teacher half to death. This whole time, his classmates have mistaken him for someone normal. Someone cool even. What will they think of him now, when Tsuyu tells the others what she's seen him do? What will they do when they find out how creepy and strange he is? Izuku's eyes burn, and he ducks his head under the pretense of struggling under the weight of Aizawa's unconscious body. Friendship was nice while it lasted. Ajui, he says quietly, and his classmate starts at the sound of his voice. The burning in his eyes almost brings the blur of tears, but he blinks as hard as he can to fight them back. He turns to her and tries to read the look in her eyes. Is that fear he sees? Tsuyu's looking at him like she's never seen him before. Can you go on ahead? What? She croaks in surprise. And leave you? Midoriya? What for? The two of us are sitting ducks like this, he says. I can carry him by myself until you bring back help. Some people to help carry him, some to cover the others. Okay. She blinks, and the previous unnameable emotion in her eyes is replaced by a sort of worried determination. Are you sure? I'll be fine, just hurry back. Okay. She slips out from under Aizawa's limp form, and stays just long enough to help Izuku readjust the weight before she takes off at leaps and bounds. Finally alone, Izuku raises his head and looks at Aizawa again, not the unconscious body he's carrying, but the faded almost ghost who drifts along beside him. Have you and Narita talked yet? He asks. It's nowhere near the most pressing issue at the moment, but Izuku could use a distraction. What? Not yet, Narita says. I'm still waiting. Oh, Izuku says. Aizawa's limp weight isn't so bad if he just focuses on one step at a time. Tsuyu is fast and strong. She'll be back with help in no time. He only has so much time to talk. What for? If he dies, then we'll talk, Narita says. If he wakes up after this, then he's going to forget everything he's seen and heard. That's what always happens with near-death experiences like this. So I won't waste my breath. You don't breathe, Narita, Izuku says. Stop talking about me like I'm not here, Aizawa says sharply. Sorry, Izuku says automatically. The moment the word is out, his throat feels tight, and the burning in his eyes is back. Don't cry, Midoriya. Somehow, Aizawa's voice is gruff but not unkind. Sorry, Izuku chokes out. I'm sorry, it's my fault, and you saved us, me and Tsuyu, and, if you die, it'll be my fault, and that's never happened before, and I didn't mean for this to happen. They did, Aizawa says. Izuku blinks up at him, eyes blurring. You didn't mean for it to happen. They did. Aizawa looks back to the battling villains. Making it more their fault than yours, wouldn't you agree? Izuku purses his lips to keep from crying. He's out of time, isn't he? He half whispers. If help doesn't come soon, he'll lose. He won't run out of time, Aizawa tells him. He's stubborn like you. He'll be fine. It takes a liar to spot a lie, and Izuku has been keeping secrets since he was 5 years old. He doesn't believe Aizawa, though he's grateful that his teacher cares enough to try to make him feel better. Since we have more pressing things to worry about, I won't ask you how you know about that, Aizawa goes on. But you didn't answer my question before. You can see me. How? No, Izuku blurts. Excuse me? Izuku meets his teacher's eyes again. If I told you everything, he says, his voice shaking, it would mean that you were dead, and you needed to be told. But you're not dead. His vision floods into a wet blur, and he blinks to let the tears fall and clear his eyes. You're not dead and you're not going to die, and that means there's no point in telling you. Because you're going to wake up, Aizawa-sensei. And all of this will fade away like a bad dream. His hands are full, and he can't wipe his eyes. I promise you're going to wake up. Before Aizawa can reply, there's a raspy, distorted cry, and Rei flickers into view in Izuku's path. He stumbles, almost dropping Aizawa, but her ice-cold hands steady both him and his burden. Her dark hair parts like a curtain, showing enough of her face for Izuku to see how frantic she is. Rei? What's wrong? She releases him to free up her hands so that she can sign. He's in trouble, she tells him without speaking. Her hands move frantically as they shape the words, one after another into a stream. They trapped him, he's in trouble, he needs help, he's hurting. Izuku stops so abruptly that he almost trips before he looks back. His stomach twists, All Might is balanced precariously over one of Kurogiri's warps. The Numu is visible from the waist up, protruding from the warp gate just far enough to grip All Might in the ribs. Its fingers dig in, right at the spot where Izuku knows his scar is. Ms. Shimura claws uselessly at the Numu, jaws open wide as she screams her fury. Aizawa's ghost swears quietly. "I smell blood," Rei signs. "They'll kill him." Izuku sobs as every instinct in him burns to run back and help. But he can't do that without leaving Aizawa for dead. He can save Aizawa, whose almost ghost stands before him and might become a real ghost if help doesn't come soon, or he can help All Might, who trusted him with his power and his secrets and promised to train him into just as great a hero as Izuku has ever hoped to be. "Whatever you're thinking of doing," Aizawa says, "don't." And that's not just me being selfish. This is so you can save yourself, Midoriya. "I don't want to save myself," Izuku whispers. "In it, Midoriya, he stayed to fight to give you a chance to get away." Aizawa snaps. "Don't throw that away so lightly. I'm the only one who knows." Izuku chokes out. "Nobody else. They don't know he's hurt. They don't know he's Deku." He turns forward again, and Hope stabs him in the heart when he sees Tsuyu returning with Uraraka, Shiro, and Sata with her. "Hurry," he yells back, and his voice comes out cracked and raw and broken. One touch from Uraraka lightens his burden, and he ducks out from under Aizawa's limp form. "Get him to safety," he blurts. "Midoriya, don't." Aizawa's almost ghost growls at him. "I have to," he answers. "Have to what?" Uraraka asks, but Izuku is already running. Rei keeps pace with him, her hair twisting like dark snakes, and he feels his own desperate fear and anger finally boil over. It lends him strength and speed. He'll help. Whatever he can do to help, whatever he can sacrifice, he'll do it. All Might will win. Of course, it's not that simple. It's never that simple. In the end, it's not so much a close call as it is a string of close calls, one after another. Every time All Might is nearly beaten, something gets in the villain's way. First is Izuku charging back into the fray after leaving Aizawa in his classmates' care. He can't do much on his own, but his other classmates are next to arrive. Bakugo, taking down the warp villain with a well-placed explosion, and Todoroki, freezing the Numa's limbs so that All Might can escape its grip. And finally, when the battle is truly dire, when One for All ebbs from All Might's body and shatters the bones in Izuku's legs with a single desperate leap, the rest of Yui's faculty arrives, with Ida leading the way. In the end, two villains escape, and no new ghosts are made that day. Izuku is left lying injured on the ground. Rei hovers over him, humming anxiously, while Ms. Shimura stands by All Might's side like a bodyguard. She's been strangely quiet this whole time, ever since she came back with him. But there's time to worry about that later. For now, tears of relief, shame, and leftover fear stream down his face. He's okay. All Might is okay. Izuku couldn't do much, but he could buy time. He stalled the villains the last few minutes before All Might could arrive, and bought a precious handful of seconds to keep them from killing him before Ida's return with reinforcements. He wasn't useless. He wasn't much, but he wasn't useless. Only one more thing of note happens that afternoon, before paramedics arrive to take charge of him and All Might. "Hey, Midoriya." At the sound of Kirishima's voice, Izuku looks up to see his classmate running toward them with a worried look on his face. "Are you guys okay?" Izuku pushes himself up on his elbows. "I'm fine, but I can't get up," he calls back. And wait. Realization hits him like a jolt of electricity. There's only a cloud of steam hiding All Might's true form from view. If Kirishima gets too close. "Kirishima, stop. Don't come any closer." Rei leaves his side, blinking out of view to reappear in Kirishima's path. Her hair ripples, she moves her hands out to stop him, and he runs straight through her like he always does. His face freezes. He stumbles, falling to one knee briefly before recovering his balance. For a moment he stands in place, wide-eyed and blinking hard. "Are you okay?" Izuku calls. "Yeah, fine," Kirishima answers. "Just felt someone walk over my grave, I guess." Cementos arrives then, and sends Kirishima running back to the entrance. Rei returns to Izuku's side with a proud smile on her face. Izuku can only stare at her, speechless. She's attacked people before, many times. She's tried to hurt them, or slow them down. She's tried. This is the first time that Izuku has ever seen her succeed. One comment. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Thanks to Recovery Girl, Izuku's legs heal in no time. It's a blessing, because Izuku is certain that if he had spent any time in casts or on crutches, his mother would have worried herself into a distraction. She fusses over him as it is, and he lets her without complaint. She's always there to offer quiet hugs and his favorite foods after a particularly nasty ghost encounter, and after what he's just been through, Izuku needs nothing less. Even with his legs healed, he can't stand up for long, not without shaking like a leaf until he's ready to fall over. School is closed the following day, and Izuku takes the opportunity to sleep until his brain Diamenwell wants him to wake up. Rei stands guard in his room through the night, humming softly until the buzz lulls him to sleep. He drifts off with Mika curled up on the pillow behind his head, and at some point during the night, she crawls into his arms and sleeps purring against his chest. After all the fighting, panicking, and Quirk-facilitated healing he's done all day, he sleeps like a rock. In fact, it's the first night in a very long time that Izuku is able to sleep without any dreams at all. He wakes up feeling soft and content. Slowly, he lets his heavy eyelids drift open on their own, with his arms full of warm cat and his stomach growling comfortably for breakfast and sunlight shining through his window and Rei hissing and snarling in the distance. Wait, what was that last one? Mika trills softly as he heaves himself out of bed. Rei is nowhere to be seen, but he can hear her. He knows what she sounds like by heart. Yawning, he gets dressed and wanders into the bathroom. The bathroom is already occupied by the ghost of a young woman fixing her hair in front of the mirror. There's little point when she doesn't cast a reflection, but Izuku's not about to judge. Morning, Ms. Marino. Izuku swallows a yawn. Could I have the bathroom real quick? Won't be 2 minutes. Oh, of course. Marino Naoko vanishes and doesn't reappear until Izuku's flushed the toilet and turned on the sink. You sure slept late. Long day. I almost died. She whistles and goes back to trying to fix her hair in front of the useless mirror. That would have been awful. Is that why Rei's in a pet this morning? She's been throwing a tantrum, and it's making the rest of us a bit edgy. Kurosawa won't come out of the hall closet until she's quiet. She pauses. Could I borrow your hand? I just need you to hold this for a few seconds. Sure. Izuku reaches over and holds the braided bun in place while Marino clips it. Couldn't you just make yourself look like this? I guess. I like doing my hair. It's about the journey, not the destination. Thank you, Midoriya. You're welcome. I'll go check on Rei. Izuku splashes water on his face to wake himself up, and walks out into the living room. Oh, good you're up, Mom says, and subjects him to a hug and a good morning kiss on the cheek. How are you feeling? I slept really well, he says. Better than I thought I would. I'm glad. She beams at him. Are all your friends all right too? Oh yeah, they're fine. Nobody got hurt. Except me, and Aizawa-sensei, and All Might. And your ghost friends? She asks. I was afraid something might be wrong. I woke up early this morning because the TV turned on by itself, and I've been hearing noises every now and then. And not the normal noises either. As if on cue, Izuku hears Rei shriek in the distance. The lights flicker, and a nearby window rattles against the pane. Something might be bothering Rei. I'll go check, I'll be right back. Be safe, Izuku. He slips on his shoes but doesn't bother tying them before he goes outside. This happens from time to time. Once in a while Rei gets territorial and throws a fit if some other ghost tries to move in and start haunting the place without her say-so. She tolerates the quieter ones, like Ms. Marino, grad student, hit by a drunk driver, and Kurosawa, shopkeeper, shot in a robbery gone wrong, and Mrs. Matsuda, retired yoga instructor, heart attack, who do little more than blink the hallway lights, whisper in the walls, or mess with doors, but some ghosts just get on her nerves. It doesn't take much to defuse these conflicts, though. Mika trails at his heels as he steps outside. Rei, he calls cautiously. Rei, what's the matter? A moment later, She blinks into view in front of him, scowling like she's been denied sweets. She signs to him. She won't leave, she says. Who won't leave, he asks. The words are barely out of his mouth when the source of consternation materializes out of thin air and sends him staggering back in surprise. Oh good, you're up, Miss Shimura says without preamble. I was going to wake you up earlier, but your friend here pitched a fit and wouldn't let me. Rei sticks her tongue out, much farther than any human tongue would be able to stretch. And I mean it's been hours, Miss Shimura continues. I know I'm dead and time has no meaning anymore, but come on. What are you doing here? Izuku fights to keep his voice low. He's disturbed the neighbors before by accident, and the last thing he wants is to wake anyone up even this late in the morning. I wanted to talk to you about, did you eat breakfast? There's enough whiplash in that sentence to give Izuku a sore neck. No? I just woke up. Recovery girl healed my legs yesterday, so I was really out of it and… Go eat breakfast, Miss Shimura says. And then come down to the park. I'll be waiting. She vanishes, and Izuku blinks a few times before heading back inside. Everything okay? Musks. I think so, yeah, he says. There's just a… Is it okay if I go out after breakfast? Someone needs to talk to me. Well, I don't see why not. She's still nervous. After what happened yesterday, Izuku doesn't blame her for wanting him to stay inside all day. Had he stayed injured, he's sure she would have insisted on it. But thankfully, at least for now, she seems all right with letting things go as normal. He barely tastes his breakfast, too busy wondering why Miss Shimura came to visit. She said she was here for hours, even, where's All Might? Why isn't she with him? She never strays far from him, and even if she does, it's never for very long. And, after what happened at the USJ, Izuku would have expected her to be glued to his side, at least for a while. And yet, here she is, paying a visit and enduring hours of Rei's irate scolding just to wait for him to get up. He takes his dishes to the kitchen when he's done, only for Mom to take them out of his hands. You go on, she says. Whatever it is, go ahead and take care of it. I'll wash up. I can, it'll only take a moment, you don't have to. She won't take no for an answer, and shoos him out the door. Mika slips out with him. Make sure she doesn't run off now, Mom calls after him. We'll be fine, he replies. Thanks, Mom. The park is only a few blocks away. It's a nice little spot, with picnic tables and a playground for kids. There are trees further in, for shade or a quiet spot away from the road. The whole place is grassy and well kept, and at the moment it's almost empty. Miss Shimura waits for him away from the road, where trees and shade deflect the attention of passers-by. At the sight of her, Izuku breaks into a jog. Miss Shimura. He slows as he approaches her. What's going on? Is All Might okay? How come you're so far away from him? She doesn't answer immediately. Her arms are crossed over her chest as she regards him with her blank white eye sockets and starkly pale face. Izuku can't help but fidget under her scrutiny. Rei is close to his side, silent. Mika rubs against his leg, mewing until he stoops to pet her. What's this about? He asks as he straightens up again. This is about you, she answers. This is about what happened yesterday. And this is about me changing my stance on certain things. He searches her face, his confusion evolving into curiosity. What kind of things? Her form flickers, and she stands before him with her arm outstretched, palm out. Hit me. It. You heard me. Her face is unreadable. Throw a punch. Don't put anyone for all behind it, I just want to see your form. Mystified, he complies, and feels his fist smack against the flat of her hand. She shakes her head. Just as I thought. Izuku's brow furrows. What was that about my form? You don't have any, that's what, she says. That's your biggest problem right now, kiddo. You have the strength, even without one for all, you're built like a brick shithouse and you have strength in spades, but you don't know what to do with it. He feels like he ought to be insulted, but mostly he just knows that she's right. I haven't really. You haven't learned any basics, she finishes for him. It's not your fault. All Might's new at teaching, and Yui's curriculum focuses on strategy, teamwork, and most of all the strengthening of one's quirk. But you? Your quirk doesn't need strengthening, you do. I know that, Izuku replies, trying to ignore the sinking feeling of shame at the statement. He blinks, and the feeling ebbs. Wait, does this mean? Are you saying you're going to? I didn't want it to come to this, Miss Shimura tells him, her face falling. I wanted to just stay an observer. I wanted to let All Might train you. It's his right to raise you as a hero, and I don't want to take that away from him. Her brow furrows, and she looks at him with her face set with determination. But after what happened yesterday, it's clear to me that I can't afford to stay on the sidelines. And if you still can't use one for all without ending up in the hospital, then the very least I can do is teach you to defend yourself, quirk or no quirk. Izuku stands a little taller. You're going to teach me how to fight? She moves before he has the chance to react, slips past what little defenses he has, and knocks his feet out from under him. The next thing he knows, he's flat on his back in the grass, staring up into her face as she stands over him. Here's what's gonna happen, half pint, she says. You'll continue your studies at Yui, and your training with All Might. And in the meantime, I'll be getting the basics of hand-to-hand combat between your ears by any means necessary. She leans down toward him. With any luck, I'll be able to knock some lessons into you that stick well enough that you have something to show for it at the sports festival. She casts a glance to the side, where Ray is hissing in protest at the rough handling. So, with that in mind, I'd appreciate it if you told your friend here not to chew on me just because you might be a slow learner. Izuku's heart quickens, and he scrambles to his feet and stands at his tallest height. She won't. She'll behave. He gives Ray a meaningful look before turning back to Ms. Shimura. And I won't be a slow learner. He bobs his head in a short, grateful bow. You won't regret this, I promise. Thank you for teaching me. The smile she gives him is a dangerous one. Don't thank me yet, shorty. Her form blinks, and she reappears at his side, hands on his shoulders to shift his stance. Lesson number 1. Here's the right way to throw a punch. By the end of the lesson, Izuku is sore, sweaty, grass-stained, and has had the wind knocked out of him no less than 4 separate times. Unless one counts the moment All Might took him on as a successor, he has never been happier. Izuku's feet drag as he makes his way down the hall to his classroom. It's not just weariness that makes his body feel heavy, though he has plenty of that. The incident at USJ left him exhausted enough to sleep without dreams that night. On the night after, he was not so lucky. After 8 hours of bad dreams and cold sweats that not even Mika's purring could keep away, Izuku feels like death warmed over. And on top of it all, there are people he has to face. Classmates. Tsuyu. Aizawa. The last one, at least, he does not need to fear for long. Narita meets him in the hallway and gives him some good news. He doesn't remember, is the first thing Narita says to him. At least, I don't think he does. And he's okay. That's probably more important. Okay, Izuku whispers. He feels as if he could sink through the floor. That's one weight off his chest. He didn't get his homeroom teacher killed, and Aizawa doesn't remember what he saw. Still, he braces himself as he opens the door and walks into the classroom. There are things he's desperately hoped he could leave behind in middle school, but now as he steps in, he can almost hear it already. What a freak. If he wasn't quirkless, I might actually be scared of him. You never know. He's the kind of guy who might snap. He's so creepy. I saw him talking to a wall. He'll stare at you like you're not even there. He's like a walking corpse. Quirkless creep. You can't fix crazy. Midoriya. Kirishima's voice cuts through the rest of the classroom conversations, and Izuku freezes in his tracks as his classmate vaults over a desk to get to him. On instinct he grasps Rei's hand and tries to ground himself when she squeezes back. Everyone else in the room, alerted by Kirishima's call, is now looking at him. Kaminari, Uraraka, Shiro Ida, Bakugo. Izuku's ears roar with panic, and it's all he can do not to turn tail before Kirishima reaches him. Dude! Kirishima's sharp teeth show in a wide grin. So you told us you stared down that creepy hands guy at the USJ? Is that true? Izuku blinks. The roaring in his ears cuts off abruptly. I guess. Kirishima thumps his shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Man, I never knew you had it in you, dude. What? I heard he had some kind of disintegrating quirk. Zero pipes up. Didn't he almost grab you? He did grab me, Izuku stammers. Both of us, me and you. But Aizawa-sensei erased his quirk, and… Dude, Kaminari shakes his head. That must have been intense. I was so scared I couldn't move, Tsuyu says loudly. I'm pretty sure he was gonna kill us, but then Midoriya just looked him straight in the eye and started talking to him, like it was nothing. And he kept him talking, till All Might got there. That was really clever of you, Deku. Uraraka calls. Weren't you scared, Midoriya? Ashido asks. Witless. Izuku isn't quite sure what to do with this. This is not what he expected. I got so scared that I came back around to calm, I guess? I didn't really know what I was doing, I just wanted to distract him long enough to keep him from killing us. He's close to panic again, but now it's for a different reason. That sounds so cool, Kirishima gushes. I wish I could have seen that. Why you think so? Izuku asks. Of course we do. Kirishima stares at him like it's the stupidest question he's ever heard. Why wouldn't we? You stared down a villain and you didn't even flinch. So you… The words catch in his throat for a moment. You don't think it's… I dunno, creepy? Oh, it was super creepy, Tsuyu calls out again. Especially the part where you smiled at him. Izuku winces. No, dude, don't worry. Kirishima claps him on the shoulder again, jostling him a little. That's a good thing. It is. Izuku gapes at him, bewildered. Totally. Kirishima spreads his hands wide. We're all gonna be heroes, right? If you're creepy, then that just means you can scare the villains, you know. Oh. Izuku opens and shuts his mouth a few times, too baffled to manage words immediately. I never thought about it that way. It's kinda like All Might, but different, Tsuyu muses. He scares villains by being super strong, and you can scare them by smiling at them like you're about to eat a baby. Izuku feels like that's meant as a compliment, but he's not quite sure. It's mind-blowing to be compared to All Might in any way, but baby eating is definitely not what he was going for. Your quirk's pretty similar to his already, Tsuyu adds, and Izuku almost chokes on the air he's breathing. Are you okay though? Uraraka asks. It was super brave what you did, but you also got hurt pretty bad. I'm fine, Izuku assures her. The weight of everyone's attention is beginning to overwhelm him, so he grasps desperately for an out. I mean, we can't forget Ida. He's the one who went and got help, remember? We would have all been in trouble otherwise. This deflects attention, at least for the moment, and the conversation shifts to backslapping Ida while Izuku flees to his seat. He passes by Todoroki's desk and almost trips over his feet when he sees that his classmate, the strongest student in his class, no less, is still watching him with an expression that Izuku can't quite decipher. But Todoroki doesn't stop him or say anything, so Izuku moves on and takes his seat. Beneath the shock, confusion, and burning embarrassment, he can't deny the tiny spark of unexpected pleasure that this conversation has brought. His classmates have seen him, really seen him. Maybe not enough to know about the ghosts, but they've seen what his middle school classmates used to see every day, and they aren't whispering behind their hands, or scooting away from him, or calling him crazy. Maybe they haven't mistaken him for someone cool. Maybe they just think he's cool. He jumps when Aizawa finally appears, face wrapped in bandages like a mummy, but he makes it through the PRD without any more incidents. In spite of the attack on the school, business is going on as usual. The sports festival is 2 weeks away. When Aizawa makes that announcement, Izuku absently rubs at one of his many bruises from Ms. Shimura's training. With her help, hopefully he'll be ready for whatever his classmates can throw at him. He's walking out of the classroom for lunch when Aizawa's voice stops him. Midoriya, a word. Sheet, he thinks, but there's no avoiding this. His classmates all file out, leaving him alone with his homeroom teacher. Mostly alone, anyway. Narita's still there, and Rei is at his side as always. When Aizawa steps closer, Izuku looks instinctively to her, in case she tries to bite him again like she usually does. After she stopped Kirishima in his tracks at the USJ, he isn't sure he can just let her do that anymore. But she doesn't. She doesn't snap, or growl, or change her face into a frightening mask. When Aizawa moves within reach, she wanders over to bat at the trailing end of his scarf. "Weiss, sensei?" he answers, remembering where he is. His heart beats in his throat. "I seem to recall a rather devil-may-care attitude from you the other day," Aizawa says. Not to mention what I overheard Azui saying, Aizawa continues. Oh. He's not talking about the ghosts, Izuku realizes with a shudder of relief. He's talking about Izuku's recklessness. That he can deal with. There's a saying about the difference between bravery and stupidity, Aizawa tells him. It's only brave if it works. You do understand how close you came to being killed on Wednesday. It's not a question. Yes. The floor draws Izuku's eyes. He remembers, not for the first time, that it's only because of the man before him that Shigaraki didn't turn him and Tsuyu to dust. You're not short of nerve, I'll give you that. It's so close to a compliment that Izuku gives his head up again, surprised. But I don't think I need to tell you that if All Might hadn't shown up when he did, both you and Azui would be dead right now. I know. So in the future, Aizawa continues. Don't run into danger unless there's a good chance you won't become another casualty. I understand, sensei. He wants to look at the floor again, but he forces himself to keep his head raised. Thank you. He doesn't see Aizawa raise his eyebrow with the bandages in the way, but he can practically feel it. The words catch in Izuku's throat. I mean when you. Aizawa sighs and turns back to his desk. Go to lunch, Midoriya. Before you embarrass both of us. Reddening, Izuku mumbles something in reply and obeys. Ghosts are easy to talk to. The living are not. Izuku's 2 weeks of training take off from there. It's a strange balance for Izuku, trying to focus on getting stronger while not spending too much time thinking about why. If he lets his mind fixate on it, then he'll crack for sure. After the USJ incident, all eyes are on his class. Everyone will be watching. Pro heroes looking to snap up sidekicks will be watching. Most of the other students in their year seem to share a single-minded determination to beat them and show the world that Class 1A isn't so tough. All Might's time limit is getting shorter and shorter now that he's passed on his quirk, and he wants Izuku to use the festival to announce his arrival to the whole world. No pressure or anything. And so, Izuku throws himself into getting ready. He strengthens his grip at the dinner table, finds himself reaching for his weights and lifting sets with no memory of starting. Mrs. Matsuda, former yoga teacher during her life, shows him a few useful stretches that he can do while he's resting, watching TV, or doing homework. And of course, Ms. Shimura takes him outside every day to teach him how not to get the CRP kicked out of him. So, Ms. Shimura says at one training session, after she sends Izuku sprawling to the ground for the 100th time. What did you learn from that? Izuku spits out grass and picks himself back up. That you fight dirty? She laughs at that. It's not fighting dirty if you're fighting on the same level as the villains you're trying to take down, half pint. Because believe you me, they will fight dirty. She stands over him with her arms akimbo, showing off hard muscle. Not for the first time, Izuku wonders who she was in her life. He wonders if she was a hero too. With every session and lesson that leaves Izuku sweaty and aching, it seems more and more likely she's only been teaching him for about a week, but he's learned so much that he finds himself visualizing moves and throws in class, at the dinner table, on the way to school, and when he lies awake in bed. He mentally runs through the defenses she drills into him, even going through motions with his hands whenever he happens to be standing still. It's not a good combination with his tendency to space out. Just the day before, he elbowed Todoroki in the ribs by accident outside the restroom and nearly knocked Ida's tray out of his hands while in line for lunch. He only has so much time before the festival, and he's determined to etch Ms. Shimura's lessons into his brain and his muscles. If he can't always trust his mind not to freeze up on him, then at the very least he ought to trust his muscle memory. Izuku staggers to his feet, breathing a little as he catches his breath. Do I have to stoop to their level though? I thought the point was that we're better than that. This isn't a game, Bean Sprout, Ms. Shimura tells him, shaking her head. You can't afford to keep score when there are civilian lives on the line, lives that you are protecting and the villains are threatening. If you need help with perspective. She reaches out and clips his chin lightly. Remember, heroes are trained to act in a crisis, to break things if they have to, and to protect people by taking down whoever or whatever is trying to hurt them. You can't afford to get dainty when you're going toe-to-toe with a villain, especially with a quirk like yours. My quirk is strong though, Izuku murmurs. Sure is, Ms. Shimura nods. It's strong at close range. You're not that Todoroki kid, or the one that drops glitter and shoots lasers out of his belly button. You can't attack from a distance, the way you are. Until you HRNSS that power properly, your only way to fight is to get up close and personal. And when someone's trying to beat you into unconsciousness, you can't get squeamish. Aim for weak spots. Throw sand in their eyes. Insult their mothers. Fake a weakness so they drop their guard. That doesn't sound very heroic. Izuku brushes uselessly at the green smear on the front of his shirt. Heroism isn't always pretty, short stack, Ms. Shimura sighs. It's not all fun and glory. Sometimes it's a sweaty chore. If it helps, don't think of it like fighting dirty, think of it as fighting smart. You have to be willing to fight this way if you hope to defend yourself against bigger, stronger opponents. She pauses. Which might happen, unless you limit yourself to fighting crimes committed by small children. Or large house cats. Hey! Ray cackles. That's the hard truth of it, at least until you figure out your quirk. Ms. Shimura tells him. Till then, I'm gonna make sure you know how to navigate a fight. So far, I've been navigating my way face first into the ground, Izuku says. He's glad he picked a shirt and breathes he didn't care that much about, because he isn't sure his mother will be able to get these grass stains out. You're improving though, Ms. Shimura assures him with a smile. You're getting quicker, I can see it already. I'm starting to have to work hard to knock you off your feet. I don't think I've fought this much in ever, Izuku admits. I never used to fight very much. I'd mostly just talk or run. Well, you've been doing a lot less of that ever since you got started, she says. I saw you when those villains attacked. You stand your ground and that's good. Except when my legs broke, Izuku points out. It's a work in progress. Ms. Shimura smacks her fist against her palm. So far, with every fight I've seen you get into, the other guy's been the one with the upper hand. You're a student and you're inexperienced with your quirk, so that's going to keep happening. Then what do I do about it? Izuku asks. Simple, kiddo. Ms. Shimura smiles at him and takes another fighting stance. If someone thinks they have the upper hand, then you break it. Now attack me again,